If it is possible, please proceed to your seats. We are about to start. You're kindly requested to switch your smartphones to a silent mode as they do not distract us. Thank you very much for doing it. Good morning, distinguished participants of the 12th Central Asian Trade Forum. Welcome to Astana, the capital of Kazakhstan. Welcome. My name is Ayjan Biseva, and for me it is a great honor today to be a moderator of the opening session of the 12th Central Asian Trade Forum, Digitalization of Customs Services on the way to paperless trade. On behalf of U.S. Agency on International Development, let me welcome all the participants of the forum and announce the 12th Annual Central Asian Trade Forum opened. A reduction of trade costs is very important so as the countries could efficiently participate in regional and global value chains and continue using trade as an important driving force for the growth and sustainable development. In its turn, optimization of burdensome procedures and documents, regulated trade has significant importance for reduction of trade costs. FTAs and of WCO and new regional initiatives on the digitalization of trade create opportunities for the measures which implementation has to be completed. Digitalization changes the ways of production and trade, raising the efficiency. At the same time, significant part of global trade is based on analog-based processes which are not very efficient, starting from duplication of paper documents, exchange, and ending up with manual check and registration of documents and flows of goods. Digital technologies allow us to decrease trade-related costs, making this process more efficient and transparent. In accordance with WCO report, application of digital technologies will allow us by 2030 to increase the volume of trade by 31%. Maximum use up of capacity of the regional transport and transit corridor is possible through cooperation, interaction, partnership, and joint work. We believe that this platform of Central Asian Trade Forum is an important large-scale event making significant contribution into the strengthening of cooperation, integration, and interaction at the regional level. So, colleagues, for official opening and welcoming remarks to the forum, let me provide the floor to Vice Minister of Trade and Integration of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Kairat Turebayev. Distinguished Laura Chisma, Ms. Bisenova, participants. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation to everyone who found time in their busy schedule to visit Kazakhstan and come to this forum. The forum has been in operation for 12 years and it has become a respectful event in the region. And we would like to know that the global trend is changing. And previously we were focused more on globalization, and now because of the geopolitical situation and the situation will have not to explain, you are aware of that. We are more focusing on regionalization, and we see these signals are very strong both inside the ministry and the government in general. We'd like to note that the region is dynamic, one of the most interesting. In 2021, the volume of trade increased by 40%. Maybe it is not a significant indicator in terms of global trade in natural figures, but if we compare ourselves with pre-COVID situations and since 2017 till 2021, 2021, the volume of trade has increased by 84%, and this figure is significant. Only this year, during 7 months of the current year, the trade volumes in Central Asia and Kazakhstan already increased by 21%. As you may know, the trade in the region is experiencing significant transformation, and the new challenges require us to produce new solutions. I would like to note that we observe that further development of the domestic trade, intra-regional trade via digitalization of the processes that we observe is quite possible. Digitalization of customs procedures will become the key factors for further growth between the countries, and we pay special attention to it. We are considering as a state our accession to a framework agreement on facilitation of trans-border paper-free trade in Asian and Pacific region. We have a working arm in the ministry, a trade company, and with the support of the ministry and SCAT, this organization has carried out a survey on Kazakhstan's preparedness to accession to this agreement. You will be able to see the outcomes of this survey after lunch, and Mr. Kalbatyrov is present here and will provide you with the details of this agreement during his presentation. We observe that connectivity in Central Asia becomes attractive in terms of trade and economic routes, and on top of cooperation south to south, we are actively developing cooperation with Western countries, and here the routes of Trans-Caspian route and Trans-Caspian transport corridor gains its special importance. And I also would like to share on the work that is being done by the ministry. We are developing the centers of border trade. We'll have 5 centers like this. One of them is already operational. It's Kharkov Border Trade Center. Yesterday, I received a good signal from our colleague in China that they're starting efforts to start this project again since next year. As a Chinese side is going to decrease anti-COVID requirements. Having seen this positive trade, we are also developing cooperation with our colleagues in Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. At the border with Kyrgyzstan, we plan to construct the Center of Transboundary Trade Alatau at the checkpoint Karatu-Aktelek that will be developing the border trade. And on top of that, with Uzbekistan, we are going to have an international trade center, Central Asia. In general, I would like to share with you what the centers are going to do. The centers will combine 2 countries in the pair of Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, or Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and they will use the resources of the both countries for production of goods at the border, but not create goods in Kazakhstan and bring them to Kazakhstan using the infrastructure and loading the checkpoints which already existent. We will create goods on the border and added value using material resources and human resources. In general, we will approach to the markets of each other and the markets of third countries. The same centers will be established also with the Russian Federation and also at the pre-Caspian region. In general, I would like to tell you that Kazakhstan allocates significant resources for further development of trade in the region, and digitalization is one of the areas where we are taking efforts. And in the conclusion of my presentation, I would like to wish the participants of the forum to have good negotiation, good information exchanges, and generation of new ideas. And I believe the time has come for us to discover and open up the projects that have been postponed and that need to be implemented nowadays. So thank you very much for your invitation and for the opportunity to talk to you. Thank you. Without any further ado, I'll provide the floor for welcoming remark. Director of the Office of Economic Development of the Regional Mission of USA to the Central Asia, to Ms. Laura Chisma. Please, the floor is yours.
Morning. Distinguished Vice Minister Toribayev, guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United States Agency for International Development, I am honored to be here today to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 12th Annual Central Asia Trade Forum. We would like to express our thanks to our host in Astana, the Ministry of Trade and Integration, the Ministry of Industry and Infrastructural Development, and the State Revenue Committee under the Ministry of Finance. For those of you who have made time in your busy schedules to travel here, we thank you for that effort, and as always, we appreciate the partnership and contributions of our colleagues from GIZ. Since 2011, USAID, through the Central Asia Trade Forum, has provided a platform to facilitate business partnerships and discuss most important issues concerning trade facilitation. In these 11 years, USAID has brought together thousands of participants from more than 42 countries, government officials, the private sector, international organizations, to collaborate and cooperate on improving connectivity and expanding trade for accelerated and sustainable economic growth in Central Asia. The new and complex economic and security challenges facing our world today require more collaboration at the local, national, regional, and international level. Overcoming barriers to trade and developing workable, practical trade linkages across the region will have a cumulative impact and promote greater stability. This year's forum will allow us to focus on an important issue that can accelerate efforts for expanded intra-regional and international trade in Central Asia. Over the next 2 days, we will discuss the digitalization of customs services. During the panel sessions, we will hear about the latest innovations in customs operations and the role of digital enforcement, the impact of digitalization on the smooth flow of goods and increased revenues. We will learn from your expertise here in Central Asia and hear from colleagues from abroad. Distinguished guests, we also hope that while gathered here, you will discuss amongst yourselves what concrete steps we might partner with in the year to come. The United States is ready to work with you through USAID's Trade Central Asia project and through the Customs and Digital Trade Working Groups chaired by the U.S. Department of Commerce's Commercial Law Development Project. We share common goals, and together we have identified many of the bottlenecks, and there are a wide range of digital tools and international best practices that can be applied to clear those roadblocks. I wish you all the best and urge you to seize the opportunity over the next 2 days to engage with your colleagues and experts for a successful forum. I want to thank everyone again for coming today and welcome you. Thank you.
Let's thank Ms. Chisma for the welcome to the participants of the forum. With this, the opening ceremony of the 12th Central Asian Trade Forum is closed. We'll thank distinguished Mr. Toribayev and distinguished Ms. Chisma, and we would invite you to take your seats in the audience. Thank you. Distinguished participants, now we are moving to the first session on digital reforms of customs service and the most recent innovation in digital law enforcement. We would like to mention that the 12th Central Asian Trade Forum is organized in a hybrid mode, and all the sessions are broadcasted online on the link on the website of the forum, and the program of the first and the second day of the forum can be downloaded if you scan the QR code on your badges. The program of the second day is already loaded through the QR code. Let me invite the moderator and the speakers of the first panel session. Irma Kalevich, please take your seat as a moderator. And I also invite the speakers of the first panel session to take your seats on the scene. I'll provide the floor and the mic to Mr. Yermia Kalevich Kazhibergenov, the head of the Department of International Cooperation in the Committee of State Revenues, Minister of Finance of the Republic of Kazakhstan, who will be moderating the first session. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Yermia Kalevich, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Aishan. Good morning, distinguished participants of the Central Asian Trade Forum. Let me welcome you at Astana in our hospitable capital of Kazakhstan. As Ms. Aishan said, my name is Yermia Kazhibergenov. I'm the head of the Department of International Cooperation in the Committee of State Revenues of the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I have a great honor to be a moderator of the first session of this forum today, which is entitled the Program of Digital Reform of Customs Service, the most recent innovation and the role of digital enforcement. In the first part of this session, we'll familiarize ourselves with the presentation of Customs Administration of Central Asian countries on digital reforms and the digitalization, taking steps and the plans for the future. As you may know, the countries of Central Asia are in a very important from geographical point of view region in terms of trade flows from the east to the west and vice versa. And on our internal cooperation, much will depend upon the recovery of world and regional trade, opening of frozen value chains, delivery chains, and recovery of national economies. In this regard, it is very important for us to see how our countries are progressing and to find common points. In the second part of the session after the break, we'll familiarize ourselves with the presentations of WTO on digitalization of customs services of WTO member states, what the global community, World Customs Community has developed and make it available for all its members, a unique set of tools that I believe to be very interesting for all of you present here. It's not excluded that some elements developed by WCO will be interesting and useful for customs administration of Central Asian states. And we'll also listen to the experience of other countries on their way from west to the east in terms of their digital practices, new know-hows, and new approaches. These are countries such as Azerbaijan, Georgia, and South Korea. Now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me move to the session itself and provide the floor to Mr. Shaimov. Mr. Shaimov is the head of the Department of Customs Operation of State Revenues Committee of the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Kazakhstan. He spent a lot of time working on and keep on working on implementation of single venue in the Committee of State Revenues, which without doubt helped our committee to make a breakthrough in the digitalization of customs services in Kazakhstan. Mr. Shaimov, please, the floor is yours. Good morning, distinguished participants of the forum. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I express my appreciation to the organizers for the opportunity to share the experience of our country and our institution. Please switch on the first slide. With the purposes to comply with new realities and international requirements, the Committee of State Revenues takes efforts to improve customs administrating. In the area of information technologies and smart services, one of the key areas is digitalization of customs system in Kazakhstan. I would like to note that the digitalization allowed us in the period of the pandemic to decrease the consequences of economic slowdown and simplify the activities of the businesses through online services that became available. It's not a secret that previously the businesses had a lot of questions addressed to customs with regard of lack of transparency of custom processes, red taping in the case of paper-based declaring that resulted into corruption from time to time. In this regard, we made a decision that will simplify customs procedures through transferring to e-customs declaring.
Thus, we have launched the information system, automated information system for the customs and tax administration, which is called Astana One. This system allows us to transfer to 100% of customs declaration and automation of many customs formalities. Astana One is the key system of all customs processes and one of the elements of the tracking system. Before, when we do these declaration processes, we have used different systems. For payment systems, the trader shall open the accounts at each customs post where the customs clearance has to be made. Then the trader shall address to customs broker that would fill in this customs declaration on the paper media, so they would gather the set of documents, package of documents, then they would submit it or bring it to the customs authorities, and the inspector would check this set of documents, would put some seals, stamps, and so on. Now, Astana One system allowed us to submit this customs declaration in an electronic form using Astana One system. For traders, we provide the opportunity now to track all the stages of customs declaration process. So before, we have used 7 disaggregated information systems that were not integrated between each other. And of course, this impacted the time for making the decision, and it impacted for the speed of data processing. If before the trader didn't have enough time to do the customs clearance for the goods that are at the customs, then the trader would place it at warehouse facilities. So there were some specific losses for traders, and in many cases we saw this situation. And so due to the long time of this customs clearance, we could see lots of goods at the warehousing facilities, and this implies the losses. So then within our transformation, we united all these 7 systems into one automated system, Astana One. Nowadays, the trader can form, can check, can submit customs declaration at any time which is convenient for the trader. Besides, when the trader submits the custom declaration, now this custom declaration is controlled and checked automatically. And if the data comply with the legislation, if there are no risks, and if the specific custom charges have been made, then this custom declaration will be issued automatically. And the process would take up to 1 minute. So all these checks, all these controls are happening in an automatic mode. If before it took about from 1 hour to 2 working days, now you can see that 82% of all issued customs declaration could be done automatically, and it just takes now 1 minute. I mean, we also do all the risk assessment and so on. Besides, so that to simplify all these processes and so that to improve all customs and administration procedures, Astana One has also been integrated with the systems of the State Revenue Committee and integrated with systems of some other governmental bodies and international organizations. In general, Astana One information system has several advantages, including opportunity to do the automatic control, since the preliminary information has been submitted, and up to the control after the goods are released. This system is available 24/7, and due to the implementation of this system, we have reduced the financial expenses of the traders because now we see that there is no need to address to customs brokers and to place the goods at the warehousing facilities. Besides, due to this automatization, we reduced the tariffs of the customs tariffs. Before, this tariff was from 27,000 up to 6 million, depending on the number of goods that are in the customs declaration. Now this tariff rate is 20,000 tenge. We also minimized the contact of the trader with the customs, because now this is the automatic release of the goods, and we even kind of eliminated the participation of customs officials in this process. In general, Astana 1 has shown good results, and a good assessment was received from such international organizations as United Nations, World Trade Organization, and of course World Customs Organization. We have reached the good results, and we still continue to develop and to improve Astana 1 system. We also conduct integration with the other additional information systems, and in the future, in general, we are planning to modernize the customs system and to implement the mobile application, so that to provide the opportunity for traders to work with customs declaration through the tablet or through the mobile device. Astana 1 system provides for automatization of processes connected with customs declaration, with customs clearance. And there are some other processes included in it related with foreign economic activities, related with export-import operation, and they are export-import operation. They are implemented in single window information system. To continue to implement the commitments of Kazakhstan within this trade facilitation processes, we have implemented these export-import operation principles, and we have followed the recommendations of international organizations. So the main principles are the transfer of information. Then to receive different state services, there is no need to have some specific preparation, and the government shall not requests for the information that is in the system already. So the single window users have already access to different licenses and different permitting documents that are necessary for the customs clearance during export-import operations. Then there is also information on different tariffs and rates, and different registers and references that are necessary for customs declaration. To exclude the multiple submission of documents and some other data, we have integrated 17 information systems, and we are now expecting for 2 more integrations. This allowed us to conduct the check of all this data automatically. So additionally, we do not require any other documents. We do it in an automatic mode. The main aim of this single window portal is the unification and combining of all services and functions that before were done by different systems. We also used all necessary integrations for this, and if you go to this portal, you can work remotely from your home or office, and you can receive the customs state services, or you can receive some permits and documents. So speaking about customs services, I mean, for example, to receive the preliminary solution on the classification, on the country of origin, on the customs rate, or maybe entering into registers of traders, of warehousing facilities users, and some other services. We all know that so that to provide the import to the country of safe goods that comply with all the requirements, it is required to receive some specific permits. I mean the sanitary, epidemiological documents and other documents. So, for example, if we speak about medications or children's toys or any other goods that we are using in our everyday life, all these goods shall be safe. And of course, we shall see the presence of the permit for the import of such goods. And this is one of the main requirements for the customs clearance of such goods. So that's why, jointly with the authorized bodies, with the Ministry of Trade Integration, Ministry of Healthcare, Agriculture, and other state bodies, we have conducted automatization in the single window of all these permitting documents. Using the single window portal, our users can receive documents in an electronic format, and in case the legitimacy shall be confirmed, you can scan the QR code and check if this is in the register of the documents. Due to automatization, we also reduced the time for service provision, and also for the transparency purposes, our user can now track the stages of receiving these services and can receive notification via SMS or via email. So the use of single window allows us to exclude the physical contact of the service provider and the service user. It provides for the transparency of these operations provided by customs and other state bodies to fulfill our obligation within Eurasian Economic Union. We are also continuing our work on capacity building, on improving our functions through this single window portal. And jointly with the authorized bodies, we are identifying the spheres that require to be digitalized, and we are trying all together to make our contribution to trade facilitation. The further modernization of the customs sphere will be implemented in the following directions. We are now modernizing the customs infrastructure by creating and reconstructing of customs posts or border checkpoints that allow us along the whole border to manage the flows of vehicles. Then next, we are creating the main dispatching center. We are uniting situation center and the center of electronic declaration. And the third thing, to provide automated monitoring, we are planning to use artificial intelligence for analyzing the X-ray images of specific customs complexes. And number 4 is to improve the risk management system. So we are planning to do the categories of the declaration issuers or different participants, and it allows us to put some specific criteria and conduct the necessary reports. So with this, I would like to finish, and I would like to thank all of you. Thank you so much, Mr. Shaimov. Please, you can have your seat. And now, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to suggest to listen to all the presentations, and then maybe by the end of our first session, we will have our Q&A session. So I hope you will support this way of work. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, in summer 2022, Kyrgyzstan Customs Service has been restructured. There was a new department created, the Department for the Trade Facilitation and Restructuring. So we think that this positively impacted the work of customs services of Kyrgyzstan, and just in October it was the opening of the new check point And this checkpoint uses all the new information and digitalization tools. And now I would like to invite Mr. Nursultan Solmurbekov, who will tell us about all these processes. Thank you so much for giving the floor to me, and I would like to greet all the participants and all the organizers of this event. So taking this opportunity, I would like to present my presentation. I will speak about the digital development concept up to 2024. Nowadays, the Customs Service of Kyrgyzstan has been conducting a number of events to reform the customs services, and the main direction is the digitalization of all customs processes so that to minimize the human factor for the making of decision. By the decree of the President of Kyrgyz Republic, dated December 2nd, number 542, the Customs Service was instructed to develop and to approve the concept of the development of Customs Service up to 2024, and also to conduct optimization of the processes to implement the single window principle at the border and to identify the Customs Service as the main coordinating body in all these spheres. In April this year, this concept has been approved, and upon the results of the implementation, we want to change the work and principles of work of customs services. We will also have a specific methodology from control to service. This approach is oriented mainly at the creation of favorable conditions for traders and for building trust relations with the business community representative. To implement these tasks, we have developed the specific electronic checkpoint system that provides the equipment of checkpoints with the modern digital tools so that to expedite the control at the customs. This project includes the smart cameras, modernization of the infrastructure of the checkpoints, automatization and integration of radiation control, X-ray scanning, and weighing devices control. The integration of the state systems into single window process and conducting the reduction the time for the release. So we control and monitor all the processes at the checkpoints, and we provide the tracking of all the stages by using electronic navigation devices. This project also provides for the implementation of the mechanisms of automatic decision making upon the data analysis. By this, we are striving to create simple, convenient, and fast procedures for the goods transfer at our borders. Speaking about the situation center, so we want to increase the efficiency of administration during the vehicle transfer through the border. We want to make the automatic procedures for the goods. So in August 2021, we have implemented the automated information system situation center. There is a platform of this automated system, and we have developed interactive dashboards which reflect the main statistical data of the Customs Service of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and we have also implemented the control and analytical functions. So this automated information system visualizes the data on the growth rate, on the volume of import, on the amount of payments, and it allows us to do the comparative analysis of the goods import for the specific period and to describe the main reasons in changes of these customs fees and customs rate. Next slide, please. And the next project is the information exchange portal. This portal is the tool to compare customs data that we receive from the state Customs Committee of the Republic of Kyrgyzstan with the information that we receive from traders when they conduct different operations. And we can identify different gaps, and we try to follow all these principles.
That allows to improve categorization of traders and accelerate customs control for fair representatives of business community. The portal allows to do the analysis and make preliminary decisions on the selection of customs control forms and measures that significantly assist to improvement and acceleration of customs operations and customs control. We have to note that this portal is a universal tool for information exchange, and now we are taking efforts to sign agreements and exchange the information with Turkish Republic and Islamic Republic of Iran. In the future, we also plan to expand the list of the countries for exchange of information. Please, the next slide. Now, customs declaring is carried out only in the customs offices all over the Republic. In the future, we plan to combine all the customs offices in a center of electronic declaring. Creation of a center of electronic declaring would allow us to resolve the following problems: exclusion of physical contacts between customs offices and traders, accelerate customs declaring, create conditions for remote release of goods, and ensure transparency during customs operation and transition to a paper-free services. It is also planned to implement a mechanism of automated release goods without participation of customs officers. For this purpose, we take efforts to develop and improve analytical instruments, including the systems of risk management, to minimize subjective decision-making by the customs officers. The next slide. The Customs Office of Kyrgyz Republic faces the most important task to create a new informational platform that would combine developed and implemented informational systems which are standalone. I have been informing you about it, and this future system would allow us to administrate custom processes in such a manner that the decision will be made automatically after the work of automated tools with minimum participation of human factor. We have already established the structure of national digital platform called Smart Baji, and we have started efforts on creation of data model. At the end of my presentation, I would like to express my appreciation to the organizers of this forum for the opportunity to exchange experience with my colleagues from the neighboring states, and I raise the hope that each of you will learn positive and useful information after this event. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Mr. Samurbekov. We are inspired with the processes and outcomes of digitalization of Kyrgyz customs. I wish you any possible successes in the future. Distinguished colleagues, the next floor is provided to the Republic of Tajikistan, and I would like to invite to the podium Mr. Shuhrat Maksudov, Senior Specialist of the Department of Development of Digital Economy, Minister of Digital Development and Economy, who will be talking on the development of digitalization of the economy of the Republic of Tajikistan. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, first of all, I would like to express my appreciation to the organizers of Central Asian Trade Forum, to the government of the Republic of Kazakhstan for the opportunity to participate in this event. We are living in the epoch of global scientific and technological changes. This world is changing from previous. Scientific progress is rapidly developing, changing our perception of the world and bringing new and more improved forms of relation between the society and economic agents. This leads to creation of new forms of interaction, including new forms of cooperation between historic risks and changes in the strivings of the country. The country, understanding the role of technical progress, takes appropriate measures to improve the legislative and institutional framework, to use global trends to achieve sustainable development of the country and improve the well-being of its citizens. I would like to note that the strategic document adopted in the country covers the issues of digitalization, includes the concept of e-government, the law of the Republic of Tajikistan on digital signature. Could you please switch on the slides? As the law of the Republic of Tajikistan on e-trade, concept of digital economy, midterm program of development of digital economy, and we can continue this list of very important documents. Plan of actions to develop digital economy in the Republic of Tajikistan is developed on the strategic document I have already mentioned. Midterm program of digital economy development of the Republic of Tajikistan was adopted in 2021. This program is developed to implement the first stage of the concept of digital economy. The program defines the objectives and the tasks within the framework of 8 main areas of development of digital economy until 2025. The plan of actions contains 178 points and covers 70 sectors of national economy as well as local executive authorities. Special attention is given to the system of organization and coordination of digital economy. Please, the next slide. Efficiency of ecosystem of digital exchange is important to ensure wider participation of all potential participants and investors. To participate in ecosystem, we need to identify problems and propose innovative decisions. Ecosystem of digital exchange comprises of digital dividends, digital government, digital infrastructure and platforms, cybersecurity, and favorable environment. The program ensures implementation of the first stage of the concept of digital economy and establishes the tasks and objectives within 8 areas of the development of digital economy in the country: strengthening of institutional framework of digital economy, development of information and communication infrastructure in the regions, digitalization of national economy sectors, expanding of the process of e-government implementation, creation of innovation ecosystems and startups, as well as other directions, which are the most important. I would like to elaborate on digitalization in the country. A trade portal Tajikistan was implemented in 2018. The trade portal is an informational platform to establishment of to fulfill the agreements on trade facilitation, and it is meant for local and foreign entrepreneurs for the procedures of export, import, and transit. A portal is a tool for trade facilitation. Within the framework of the portal, we have established a work group on portal improvement. The sessions of the working group are carried out quarterly, and the portal is used to identify the barriers and preparation of recommendations for legal framework development and further expansion of the functions of the portal. We need we have to note that on the 1st September 2019, the Republic of Tajikistan officially started the system of single window in the sphere of export, import, and transit operations, and providing uniform proposal application for filing request. 11 governmental agencies are included into the systems, and amendments to the law on the Republic of Tajikistan on the permit systems were adopted. This has been done to create a favorable legal framework for effective operation of the system. This uniform system for export, import, and transit operation in Tajikistan is considered as the next step to the reforms of simplification of trade procedures and facilitation of trade. It also helps us to save time and financial costs for the subjects of foreign trade, traders, and remove the barriers for trade and attracts the trade volumes and increases the export as well as revenues to the state budget. We have to note that the process of documenting is transferred from paper to digital format since the official commissioning of the system. More than 2,000 users have been registered and we received a lot of applications from traders. About 85,000 traders received their permit documents. The Minister of Economic Development to simplify foreign trade in the Republic of Tajikistan and the purposes of border trade without documents and implementation of e-commerce updated trade facilitation agreements so as to allow the use of single window, and these measures have been done in accordance with current international standards and UN Center on Simplification of Trade. All this allow us to develop the draft decree of the government of the Republic of Kazakhstan on simplification of trade and application of paperless trade in Asian and Pacific region. This document was approved by the government of the Republic of Tajikistan in 2021. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Mahmoudov. Please proceed to your chair. Thank you very much that in your presentation you reiterated the work of Trade Portal, which is of special attention. I would like to note that Tajikistan was the first Central Asian state that started this portal, and that became a very important milestone that our brotherhood, Republic of Tajikistan, started this initiative and implemented it. Thank you very much. Single window system. We were the first to start this single window system in Central Asia. Since the moment of commissioning of the system, all export, import, and transit operations go in paperless format and in a digital form. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your nice comment. And I believe that during coffee break, you will have a really hot coffee discussions to find out which country was the first to implement this approach. I wanted our neighbors in Central Asia implement single window system so as we could be integrated, so as in the future our traders could easily and freely use it and could easily and freely implement their trade without papers and register their goods and commodities digitally. Let me make a very brief remark. USAID project in June, in the eve of the session of the Council of WCO, provided us a unique opportunity to visit it headquartered at Brussels and to have a meeting with Secretary General of WCO, Mr. Miguria, and Customs Administration of Central Asian Republic were invited to this meeting. We discussed the issues of pre-arrival information on transportation means. This initiative was supported by the Director General, and I believe that USAID project will continue these efforts as a starting point has been already established, and I hope that it will help us in the implementation and resolution of these issues. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me now, before the completion of the first part of the session, provide the floor to Mr. Shukurullo Muminov, who will share about the stages of digitalization of customs service of Uzbekistan. And I would also like to stress our active cooperation of Kazakhstan with the Uzbek customs service, and the outcomes of the digitalization are also inspiring for us. Good morning, participants of the forum. We're thankful to USAID for organization of this forum. I'll briefly talk about the efforts we have taken to reach digitalization and simplification of custom procedures in Uzbekistan. And the key objective for us was the following. The first one is simplification of trade procedures through encouraging of fair traders. The second one, to ensure timeliness and correctness of payment of customs duties. The third objective is compliance with customs legislation, the principles of reliability, transparency, and clearance. And the fourth one is prevention of violation of customs legislation. Special attention is given to simplification and improvement of our technical devices and improvement of the application. As you know, without technical devices, it is impossible to simplify trade and to simplify all these export operations. Since 1991 till 2016, in the Republic we had more than 1,000 devices. Now this number of these technical devices reached more than 7,000, and customs examination took 2 or 3 days and delay 2 or 3 days. So now it takes 10 to 15 minutes. We installed modern weighing devices, and we established mobile X-ray device. All this allowed us to decrease the time of release of a vehicle for 1 minute. What was the situation previously? A couple years ago, we have a lot of barriers. First of all, custom declaration had to be submitted to brokers, and then we have to get registration of ordinary procedures, and all these processes were manual. Through digitalization of these procedures, we significantly increased the time of the procedures, and previously export operation took 5 days. 3 days were spent only for submission of the documents. Now this period is an hour and a half. In digitalization, we developed 67 information systems and 33 interactive services. If we take all these information systems, all of them are automated. First of all, we developed the e-customs declaration based on Atsikuda principle. Yearly, we process more than 9 million declarations. The system of account of payments, the system of accounts of banking transactions, the system is integrated with all the banks. We have developed the system of risk management, cargo operation, e-transit, violation of custom legislation, and human resources management. With the purposes of simplification, it is very important to be integrated with the neighboring countries and key trade partners. The Republic of Uzbekistan established the information exchange with the countries like Azerbaijan, Afghanistan, Russia, Belarus, Republic, Tajikistan. So objective for us is to exchange information on online system with Turkey, Iran, India, Pakistan, Turkmenistan, Georgia, and Ukraine. Information system of customs services are also integrated in the with their own systems like prosecutor's office, state statistics, stock exchange ministry for state assets, and Central Bank, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Investment, and Foreign Trade and other agencies are integrated in customs systems. So in my previous presentation, I have seen that some countries have already implemented the center of e-declaring. We started the practice since last year. We established the centers of e-declaring that allow us remotely to register all e-declarations. Now in the country we have 16 centers. Next year we plan to establish on the basis of customs services a center of e-declaring, and all declarations will be processed in this center. These centers would allow us to exclude human intervention and corruption factors, and it will allow us to digitalize all these services through these systems. As I have already mentioned,
we also implemented risk management system, and we now see this facilitated process, export 84%, import 76%. Still, we have some human factor. I mean, when the inspector shall just open, for example, the system and check some of the declaration, and starting from last year, we have already the specific principle, automatic goods release with some specific algorithm. So due to this system, we see that 70% of our export goods were automatically released. So it takes just several seconds, and the system automatically process all of these and release all the goods automatically. It was not an easy solution for us. About 3 or 4 years ago, we still used these paper declarations. We checked all the paper declaration, and then everybody shall have this approving stamp, and then all of these, difficulties. But now the system does all of this automatically, and so thanks to this system, and our government actually, administration is also trying to implement all the best practices. We are learning from the experience of our colleagues, and we have implemented this automatic release system. And also by our own efforts, but we also have used the Korean company's assistance. So we organized this single window system. So initially, this system worked, actually, there were before many days taken to receive all these permitting documents. And then we set this online algorithm, and we, now all the traders can check online through this single window which organization will give you all permitting documents. And you see that how much time it takes now to receive permitting documents. All of this is very simplified. Also, nowadays, we pay lots of attention to facilitate declaration, to simplify declaration process. So step by step or gradually, the Republic of Uzbekistan, as any other countries, we are using this specific system of control of goods shipment. And now we are using this e-transit system. This system, e-transit, allows us to receive the information, and so the trader doesn't have to submit documents several times, because one time they submit documents, and then all these documents are in the system already. So e-transit document is built the following way. If you look at the declaration, there are 52 lines, but usually the trader sometimes doesn't know how to fill it in a correct way. Of course, we need to be a specialist. And so now we built it in a specific way, questions and answers. For example, we have the transport from Georgia, what kind of cargo is it? And then we have some specific boxes for the HS codes, and then some other questions like number of vehicle and so on, so on. So all these data are being filled in, and in the end, the inspector would receive it in such form, and this is like the declaration. And so for the trader, it's like the questions and answers. I mean, this is what we call friendly interface. So we use these questions, and with the help of these questions, we can complete the declaration as it should be. So as I have already mentioned, we have this auto-release system, and many traders had some concerns, but they asked different questions. They had concerns in the beginning. So then we used this QR code, so we can scan QR code, and you can receive your declaration in electronic form, and you can check it again and see it. So we have also the plans for the future. I mean, the future project. For example, we have in our plans the passenger risk management system. So it will be then the corruption risk assessment system, then mobile applications. For example, e-transit mobile application, we are planning to launch it. We have studied the experience of Azerbaijan. They also have developed such system quite well. And in the future, we are planning also to implement these things. We also need to improve the system KPI. Also nowadays, the customs body, let's say, welcomes the experience of other countries, so Georgia, Azerbaijan, South Korea, and some other countries. So we are using their experience because they have the developed digitalization. So, for export-import operation, this is very important. So we've studied the experience quite thoroughly. We see that this is a very smooth systems that they have. They have all good softwares and all the principles built nicely. And I also would like to thank United States Agency on International Development. So in future, our country would also like to study in future the experience of some other countries. So we are ready to develop and to digitalize and to facilitate all our trade formalities. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Muminov, for your very interesting presentation. I would like to highlight that Kazakhstani Customs Service is cooperating with the Customs Administration of Uzbekistan. On September 24th, we had the bilateral meetings of the heads of our bodies, where the plan of cooperation for 2023-2024 was signed, and there are two main provisions. First, digitalization of services and modernization of customs infrastructure. And I guess that these two provisions would allow us to actively cooperate and to simplify all these processes and procedures that our traders might encounter. So after these four presentations, we are now having confidence that we have the Central Asian vector in the digitalization of customs services. It is very important for us to hear the experience of all countries in this issue. So now, dear ladies and gentlemen, before we are leaving for the coffee break, maybe we will have some kind of discussions. If there are any questions, let's now have a Q&A session. So please, you are welcome to ask your questions to the participants. Please be active, because after Q&A session, we have the hot coffee. Could you please first introduce yourself and your question refer? Hello, my name is Larisa Kislikova. I represent the private sector partnership on transport and logistics in Central Asia. It's not a kind of a question, but maybe it's a comment. To be honest, yes, I am inspired by all these achievements in digitalizations of customs services. This is very important for us. But when we speak about transfers through checkpoints, it still takes time. We see the time for waiting in line. What is wrong there? Maybe we shall pay more attention at something else. I mean, our governmental bodies shall pay attention. So we are saying that, yes, we are improving, modernizing checkpoints, but still, in some places, we see the old situation. So what shall we pay attention at so that these queues or lines at the borders would not be so long, and so that we would go or move through the border faster and easier without any fear? Thank you so much. I guess this is a question to me as to the moderator, or just your opinion. Okay, who would like to comment these words? Well, in general, replying to your comment, I want to say that Kazakhstan has quite a long border with Kyrgyz Republic, and Kyrgyz Republic is also the part of Eurasian Economic Union, and at our checkpoints there is no customs control. But if we look at Kazakhstani and Uzbekistani border, so then I can say that in spring the situation started when we might see the lines. But two customs authorities, they responded to the situation. We have created Telegram chart with all this information. For example, if there is a delay or if we see lots of vehicles at Uzbekistani side, so they inform Kazakhstani side, and we are trying to solve these issues in the fastest way. And I want to make note that this Telegram bot communication actively allowed us efficiently to solve this situation. But again, it all depends on the seasonality, seasons. For example, when we see lots of fresh fruits and vegetables, of course, from Uzbekistan, there are fruits and vegetables going to Russia, to Belarus, to other countries. We can see some of these cases. Well, maybe now Mr. Muminov can confirm that we actually try to solve these issues and we are solving. But maybe it also depends on the implementation of large investment projects. For example, we have vehicles with bulky cargo, and it also takes time to examine, to inspect. There are some cases, but we are ready for the dialogue, and we will respond to all these situations. We are open. So please. Ms. Larissa, thank you so much for your question, and you noted it correct. Nowadays, the Republic of Uzbekistan, we are doing this digitalization process, we are doing this facilitation process, and we are doing it so that our drivers would cross border faster. And recently, just several days ago, our president made a decision to expand IBEC customs post, and it was a specific instruction. We need to expand it. Why we have these lines of queues sometimes? Initially, there was not such a big volume, and these customs posts were very small at the beginning because we didn't expect big volumes of goods. But now, as we are developing, we see more and more vehicles. So now we are expanding these customs posts, and we have in Sirdarya area also this post, and now there are Turkish investors that are planning to expand so that there were no lines and queues, so they make it all convenient for our drivers. But of course, such problems could be seen during specific seasons because agricultural goods have to be transferred in a specific season, and maybe due to this we can see such traffic jams, let's say. Also, one of our main goals or one of our main plans are to create the electronic queuing system. Due to this system, we would, I guess, decrease the number of vehicles in the system. In spring, we checked the border between Bulgaria and Turkey. And so they had such long queues, but they solved this through the e-queuing system. So electronically, they can see their number, they can see the time till drivers can see the time, they're using specific QR code, and they know on what day they should come to the border. So stage by stage, they implemented this system, and we also have such plans to do it in our country. So I hope in future we will resolve these situations that you have just mentioned. So, in other words, we need to thank our agricultural yields, yes? Dear participants, I would like to greet all of you. My name is Muhammad Boboev from the Ministry of Transport of Tajikistan. The question is to Mr. Janat Shaimov, who is the head of the Customs Operation Department of Kazakhstan. You told us about Astana One system. And you have mentioned that online customs procedures could be fulfilled by anyone, and the information will be available to all parties, to customs bodies, to different state bodies. And the question, what state bodies will have access to this information, what part of information will be available to them. And then you said that 86% of all the cargo, they could go all of these procedures in 1 minute. And is it practically possible that 86% of cargo could go through could go in 1 minute through the border? Thank you so much for your question. Yes, as I have mentioned in my report, and there was information on the slide presented, 82% of all cargo, they could be processed. I mean, customs clearance for them could be done automatically in the automatic mode, and it is done within 1 minute. Yes, this is a true information. All other declarations, I mean 18% of other declarations, these are declarations on which we could see some risks and on which maybe we need to check additionally the documents or to conduct the customs examination. So from these numbers, you can see that this is not a big share of declarations. So on average, speaking about customs clearance, we see that the information on these customs clearance processes are available to stakeholders, to state bodies. Our system is open to all parties of this process. Thank you so much. The other question here. Hello, dear colleagues. Customs Service of Kyrgyz Republic, Yerken Kutubayev. I have a clarifying question to Mr. Muminov. Before, in your presentation, you have mentioned that one of the disadvantage before was the using or was the application of these declarations through the Brokers Institute. So after all this modernization and after all these programs and projects, the traders in Uzbekistan have the opportunity to submit declarations without brokers, right? Is this information right? Yes, this is right. Any person can now submit the declaration without addressing to the brokers. So the person can do it independently if the person knows how to do it correctly. Thank you. It's very interesting. My name is Igor Golubev, and I represent the transporting company in Kyrgyzstan. I have the question to all the participants, I guess. We are speaking about borders and lines, or queues at the borders. E-queuing system has been implemented in many countries, and I guess even in the bank, if you go to bank, you all know, you just press the button, you receive this receipt. Maybe we'll just take this system from banks and we put it at the borders. Maybe all business communities shall collect money or raise some funds and to do it. I think it's not difficult to do. We are trying to find some, very, let's say, space or difficult solution, but it's very simple to have e-queuing system. We've been to Georgia. In Georgia, the system has been working, and the time of passing through the border is just 2 minutes. We personally, business with state bodies, we went, we saw it, 2 minutes and you are crossing the border. And I think this could be the good example for all our countries. Besides, we are CIS countries. We have the common history. We have the common history of our people, but we do not have this system, electronic queuing system. And I think that for our country, it's kind of shame for our country not to have this electronic system already. Next question that I would like to ask to Kazakhstan. Besides customs control, we have some goods that are subject to post control. There are goods of dual use, and within our customs union, we have some specific permit for the transit of goods through the Republic of Kazakhstan. So we submit all documents, and it also takes much time, up to 1 month it takes to process this. I want to ask official representative, for example, let's say I sent a letter, and how long will I wait? 2 weeks? half a year, 1 month, where we can find information about this. I hire the lawyer, and the lawyer cannot find this publicly available information. Which goods are subject to these processes? There are no explanations, so you just have to write, and you have to wait, and you have to pray, of course. Thank you. Thank you very much. So you actually asked two questions. First of all, about e-queuing system. Who would like to answer regarding the queuing system?
Please, Mr. Mumin. As I have already mentioned, if we have a queue, it inspires. It means that we have harvest, export, import is moving, logistic companies are busy, and it inspires. So EQ does not depend upon one country. So other countries should also participate. So we need to come to practical decision. We need to create appropriate infrastructure. And we cannot just install equipment and everything will happen. In terms of export, in terms of import, and the system of customs authorities and other authorities, there exist own risks, and we have to consider it. But we need to mirror our systems, and I believe that sooner or later we'll reach this situation. Thank you very much, Mr. Muminov. You were right to know that two services need to develop in parallel in the issues of digitalization, as one country cannot be advanced and another country should be lagging back. Actually, the lagging back country should be improving its capacities, and digitalization should become a big and important trend in the work of our administrations. Do we have any questions on the actually, only one representative provided the response. I believe that he expressed the position of all the 4 countries. Customs services, governmental institutions are in the offices, but transporters are at the border with their cargo, and they spend days at the border. And in Central Asia, when people send their cargo to Central Asia, they send a lot of perishable goods. And to send these perishable goods, they should be properly packed, but they should be properly grown. And this is the work of our people. And we cannot install electronic queue. But we'll consider your response as a response. Okay, let's be positive and let us close the first part of the session with a positive moods. Our guest from Uzbekistan will add about digital queue that exists in the bank, but it works only within the banks. At the checkpoints, we have controlling authorities, and to resolve this issue, we need the participation of controlling authorities, and they also need to have appropriate information systems that will be integrated with information system of customs authorities. As I have already mentioned in my presentation, we are preparing the draft documents on delegating the authorities to customs service. We are coordinating authority at the checkpoint, and as a colleague mentioned, it requires the participation of other parties. And also we have some other factors. We have a Republic of Kyrgyzstan, and I'll be talking on behalf of Kyrgyz Republic. We are bordering with China, we are bordering with Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan. As we are a member of the customs union with Kazakhstan, customs authorities do not administrate goods between the 2 countries. And also with China, we also still have an algorithm of special approach to the goods. A Chinese side does not want to remove the measures that was introduced as a coronavirus control measures. We still have these factors. We still have to struggle with them. Republic of Tajikistan, do you have any comments? Kazakhstan? Thank you for your question. As it has been already noted by my colleagues, all customs services are moving toward automation of many custom processes. And there are some issues at the border, as it has been already mentioned. In terms of electronic queue, we had significant issues at the border with Chinese People's Republic, and together with the customs services of China, we worked together and we introduced a pilot project on electronic use. So I believe that all the parts of the border should not be left without attention. And after successful completion of this pilot project, I believe that we will roll out this approach to all other sections of the border. As for your second question, with regard of time frame for issuing the license, it takes us 30 days. The license, as you know, are issued by competent governmental institution, and if this time frame is exceeded, it will create a violation of governmental institution because we have regulation on the time frames for providing services, and if these services are violated, then the governmental institution should be responsible for that. If you are interested in a particular license or permitting documents, I would propose us to discuss it offline during the break. I'll advise you whom you should contact in competent authorities to resolve your issues. Thank you very much. Please, you're welcome. What's your opinion? What is your opinion? Maybe representatives of business would also respond. Maybe 30 days is too much for the documents. Maybe 1 week will be also long enough. I agree that 30 days is depending upon the type of a permitting document. If any testings or surveys with regard of a commodity is not required, then maybe this time frame is too long. What we are doing in our services in the sphere of customs, when we are dealing with automation, will not just deviate from paper documents. We reconsider the entire process. We check where we can optimize some processes, and maybe we can carry out certain integration, and it will provide us necessary information needed for our services. So we will not have to wait until we receive the papers. In general, I think that the time frame for providing licenses and permits should be also optimized and reconsidered. And I believe that together with our competent authorities, we will be also take care of that. Thank you very much. Any further questions? You're welcome. You're welcome. Please switch on the microphone. Good morning. We had very interesting discussion. I'm Zulia Karimova from ADB, and I would like not just to ask a question, but to make a comment, as I believe that we can provide our assistance. At the second session, I will have a presentation and we'll discuss more details. But I would like to note that we have a very good initiative in terms of improvement of transit at regional level. And many questions that have been already raised, maybe they will be covered during my presentation. One of the objectives is CATS. CATS is Carriage Advanced Transit System. It means improvement of a system of transit in CARIC member states. I believe that nowadays we are in negotiation with Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Kazakhstan, but this initiative will also open for other countries, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan, and we are prepared for discussions. So one of the objectives of the initiatives is to improve the transit and transit systems through removal of any possible barriers and alignment with international standards. You know, we have standards which are followed by some countries and ignored by other countries, but if we apply this process, the regional procedures will be simplified. The second objective is to improve the system of digital exchange at regional level. We have a regional platform which is called Information common exchange from customs to customs. Again, these efforts are done not at the level of the country, but at the level of the region. And the third objective is to create a system, which is the most important specific. It is a system of guarantees and the mechanism of guarantees at regional level to have this system comprehensive, and so as it should be electronic system. If we have everything done at regional basis, you'll not have to check everything. Also, we have TRs. And for smaller transporters, our system provides a lot of opportunities, and I'll be happy to discuss it during our session. And now I'm just making a brief comments. Thank you very much. Actually, yes, Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan and Uzbekistan are actively interacting at CAREC platform. I think you would agree with me that 2 years of pandemic significantly changed the work of our services and administrations that resulted in isolation and so on. And now, thanks to the program of USAID, we managed to meet and discuss the issues which we are suffering from and find solutions. And I hope that your platform will be useful for us, and we'll be happy to take your invitation and will take any possible participation in your platform. Further questions, please. Good morning. My name is Sholpana Simkhanova. I'm the representative of private business from Kazakhstan. It's not maybe a question, but it's a comment. Thank you for this forum. On one hand, it's a trade forum, but we are the session which is devoted to customs issues. And the main thing, as far as we understand, in terms of the Convention of Trade Facilitation, this convention speaks not about the simplification of procedures. It is also talking about informing the businesses on what are the regulatory acts available in customs authorities and what are the legal framework we have to follow while crossing borders. And for business, it's important to have an updated information. We're in Central Asia, we address the websites of custom authorities, but some regulatory acts are presented in national language, and not always it is possible to get reliable information online on most recent changes. As a proposal, if we'll have a portal where you exchange the information and the most recent regulatory documents, the simplest for traders like tariff rates, prevention, prohibitions, and limitations, whatever is related to digitalization, to make this information accessible so as to understand the documents, one should know the legislation, as both parties are interested in it. So maybe my comment at any we're thankful to USAID, maybe at the platform of USAID or maybe at the platform Asian Belt, CAREC, to create this portal for businesses at least. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I believe our donors already got their home task and they will start actively working. Shelpan Shadzibekov provided a very good comment. And I believe that you and me get the information from the official website of customs offices of our brother states, and I'm tracking this information. And when we had a meeting with custom administration of Uzbekistan, I said, thank you very much. We have arrived yesterday from, you have arrived yesterday from Georgia. And I was asked, where do you know it from? I said, I'm tracking your movements. I'm very actively follow the events at our colleagues. We have to live in the same dimension, and we should see the progress, and we have to set objectives while moving forward. As for the portal, I believe that at the website of our administration, we have information at national languages because it is established in the constitutions of the countries, but I believe that all of us are using Russian language. Not all of you, but you tell us separately if you don't have Russian language. Good morning, colleagues. A brief comment. My name is Erko Narbayev. I am from the Ministry of Economy in Kyrgyz Republic with regard of implementation of EQs. You know that within the framework of Ready for Trade ITC, we have had an official visit of official entities of 4 countries to France, to Estonia, to study the EQ approach. Kyrgyzstan has already mentioned it several times, and I would like to reiterate that Kyrgyz party is prepared to implement this approach. And after this official visit, we made a decision to initiate the implementation of a pilot project in the checkpoints. Kyrgyz party is prepared for that, and we would like actively to encourage you to support this initiative and take these efforts further. So within the framework of the project Ready for Trade, we have already found donors who would like to assist us, and we have partners who are working on these issues. And we have only one thing to do. We have to work. Thank you very much. Thank you for your initiative. It is very important and useful as it will be aimed to increase of the flow of goods and the development of the economies in our 4 countries. I believe that your projects can also organize as a roundtable meeting where we can sit together, have discussions, set the task, and establish the time frame. So we are waiting for your proposal on our meeting. Good morning to all the participants. Thank you. I'm thankful to the organizers and to all lecturers who have provided the experience of the countries. I'm Anastasia Bilo, Minister of Investment and Foreign Trade of Uzbekistan. I would like to comment on the question from Larissa Pavlovna and the question from Mr. Golubev, as well as other representatives. EQ is a great thing, but it's not a panacea. And first of all, I would like that all the officers on site fulfill their work fairly. And for this, we need to have permanent encouragement and training and instructing of the officers. Today we can discuss whatever because we are in the office and we come to the customs post and we observe the work of customs officers. But still, this is a great platform allowing the business to share their problems with us. And all international organizations present here can pick up these ideas, and it's not necessary business to pay to create this EQ. Actually, we have a very good experience through ITC where we have seen this EQ, and with the support of GIZ, we learned the experience of Turkish Republic in terms of business in Turkey and the interaction with customs agencies at the level of public-private partnership. If our colleagues from Kyrgyzstan would like to invest in EQ at the level of PPP, they can propose it as an example. They can propose it to their governmental institution to pay partially for this project and get some benefits. So this is the Turkish approach. And still, international organizations are present here, and I hope them to support all these initiatives, and all EQs will be aligned and reflecting each other. If we have implemented EQ in export of fruits and vegetables, but on the other side of the border, this approach has not been implemented, and we still see the cargo stuck in the borders. And I would like to ask my question to Mr. Shainov on the with regard of customs duties, which grew to 20,000 tenge. So I would like to learn more about this information, if you have this information already available to present it, for particular customs regimes of clearance, or you have to pay 20,000 tenge for for all the types of customs clearance regime. And as for the information with regard to regulatory acts in 3 languages. So in accordance with the work of ITC, International Trade Center, in all our countries, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan have already established portals on foreign trade, and maybe you are also maintaining the register of visits to your portals. And this portal is trilingual, and Uzbekistan also plans to start this portal in coming months. It will be also a trilingual portal, national language, English and Russian. And I think here we have to provide more information to the businesses on the existence of this portal to make business know what they have to address, but not only visit particular governmental internet resources. That's all with me. Thank you. Thank you very much. As for EQN, we have already received your proposals, and I don't think we'll return to this topic once more. The second question was addressed to Mr. Sheimov, and he'll provide information. And as for the portal, we also accepted this information, and we will be ready to cooperate. Thank you. Please, Mr. Sheimov, thank you very much for your question, as I have already noted. And now, the customs declaring duty is 20,000 tenge, as you may know. In accordance with our legislation, we have 4 types of customs declarations.
Declaration for cargo, then passenger customs declaration, declaration for the vehicle, and transit declaration. So 20,000 tenge are charged for the declaration of goods when you submit this for any customs procedure. We do not charge during transit, during passenger declaration, and during declaration for the vehicle. We do not charge anything. Thank you very much. Any other questions from the audience? Yes, please. My surname is Abduhalikov. I'm from Uzbekistan. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers, USAID, for their platform, for the discussion of only our questions, the questions that raise in the Central Asian region. We do not have here Turkmenistan, because we know that Turkmenistan is also the part of Central Asian region, and Turkmenistan also plays a specific role when we speak about direction of Iran, about seaports of Persian Gulf, and when we speak about Turkish directions. We would like also to see our Turkmen partners at this forum. So now let me move to the question. So when you were speaking about the creation of digitalization of customs services, well, all the presentations were very interesting from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan. But I wanted to know what you do for the, unifying this system. We have systems of separate countries, but what is done on this general level so that to unite all of your systems? Let me give example. When we are speaking about Tashkent region checkposts, more than 60 cargo trucks with the perished fruits and vegetables, they had all these full packages of documents, and they crossed the border of Uzbek-Kazakh side, but they were fully loaded, and it took for them much time to cross the border. So I want to say that maybe the representative of our neighboring countries would have joint and common actions. So when we speak about perishable products, when they have to transit, to go as transit through Kazakhstan, so that they would do all these formalities in the expedited manner. So we want to see the support of our Kazakhstani colleagues in this regard. This is the first comment. Then, secondly, regarding the information accessibility on these services. For example, Mr. Muminov has just said, but I want to add that Uzbekistan has the official internet portal, which is called Norma, the Norm. This is the site of the Ministry of Justice, of Customs Service, and there are some other state services, and there we have 3 languages: state language, Russian language, English language, and all information is presented there. And this is also integrated with translation system, and we can translate information that is presented on this site on any other Asian and European language. And I would like to say that we now see that different customs services of our states, they are doing their work, but we need to have this common feature among all our countries regarding this digitalization, so that all parties would see the benefits in these joint efforts. Thank you so much, and as a moderator, let me maybe comment on this. Yes, you mentioned it correctly that each customs service and customs administration has its own development pathway to digitalization, and of course it is related with the national legislation. And yes, we are always ready to exchange best practices with our neighboring countries. However, these program products cannot coincide for 100%. We will still have some differences. We are now trying to harmonize all of these, and I hope in future everything will be fine. But speaking about delays of cargo trucks with perishable products, I would say that yes, sometimes we could see from time to time some cases. But I think that these are just separate or individual cases, and we will try to eliminate the number of these cases. Regarding your comment, or actually, I already forgot what was the other comment. What was the other idea that you expressed? What were you saying about in the end? Yes, I remembered. I'm really sorry for that. So, speaking about Kyrgyzstan, for example, we are in Eurasian Economic Union with Kyrgyzstan. With Uzbekistan, we have the agreement on information exchange, and in spring this year, the Customs Authority of Tajikistan addressed to us to consider the signing of the agreement. Now we have this intergovernmental discussion of this, but I think by the end of the year we will sign this agreement, and we will implement all these technical terms, and the system will start work, and it will be additional bonus to unite our efforts. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, our organizers are now not so happy that we are so late with our coffee break. Now I suggest everybody to go to coffee break. The coffee break will last till 11:45. I would like to wish you bon appetit during coffee break, and at 11:45, please, we are ready to see you here again at our session.
Уважаемые коллеги, участники.
Dear colleagues, dear participants of our forum, please take your seats. Let us continue our session. We need to follow our working schedule. We still have lots of interesting issues and lots of discussions ahead. We would like to share new information with you. So, dear speakers, please also take your seats here at the stage.
Господин Сунг Синг, наверное.
Mr. Sung Singh will be here soon, I guess. So, dear colleagues, TCA, could you please help us with our speaker? Is speaker available? Is he here? Yes, you know, for a long time we didn't have events. Over the last 2 years, we had this forum online, and our partners, our participants, they want to have more face-to-face discussions. We will also have time during lunch, and you can communicate with each other during lunchtime. So, Mr. Yermek Kalevich, I will give the floor to you. And I guess we need to continue our session. Dear colleagues, please, may I have your attention? Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen. So in the first part of our session, we have considered the Central Asian vector of digitalization of customs services. Now we will have an even more interesting session. We are ready now to hear the presentation of the most advanced customs administrations of the world. And right now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Juan Diego Chavaria, to the technical officer, Directorate on Procedure and Facilitation, Compliance and Facilitation, World Customs Organization. And I would like to note that before Mr. Chavarria worked in the single window system of Costa Rica and also was heading the reforms of the Agency of Foreign Trade. So, Mr. Verdi, please, the floor is yours.
It's working now? Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure being here. First of all, I want to say thank you to the organizers, to the USAID, and to the Republic of Kazakhstan and the rest of the organizers for having us here. It's a great honor for the WCO to participate in today's forum. I will try to share the experience of the WCO or digital tools and what we have to offer for the region. My name again is Juan Diego Chavarria. I work for the Subdirectorate of Digitalization and Trade Facilitation in the WCO. First of all, I want to share the agenda for today. I'm going to talk a little bit about the WCO digitalization initiatives. After that, I want to talk about two tools that we have right now in the WCO, mainly the Global Network Customs, the GNC, and the WCO data model. And I would like to finish the presentation with the data strategy, how we're working with it and what we're aiming to do with it. First of all, the WCO digitalization initiatives. I want to share some of them. This month, beginning of this month, we just finished the Disruptive Technologies study report for the WCO of the year 2022. We share a lot of the initiatives that the WCO has been working, and mainly I want to focus on 3 of them. The first one being blockchain, how blockchain is going to help customs clearance and how it's an aim for to work with customs, to have a more open data, to have data right in the moment. So we're working to establish these kind of tools, these kind of initiatives, how it works and how it can benefit customs. Also referring to data analytics, big data. The implementation of big data to the WCO and to their members is very important to us, and how it can help customs interact with information, to gather more information, to process it through analytics, and to use it to further the way that this information is being processed, to get predictability for this data analytics that we're working right now, and how they can develop customs for making the use of this information. Also, some of these initiatives includes the Internet of Things. With Internet of Things, we're working with members to develop things that the QR codes, the barcodes. We're also develop strategies to readers of the plaques of the transports, and how they can help to process information more rapidly, also to have more predictability, have more data for the customs, for them being able to make risk management analysis and how this can work to this predictability. Other initiatives that we want to work and that we have been producing a lot of documents, papers, tools in the WCO are the ones related to the single window, the e-commerce, how they are the new tools for digitalization for the future, how they can develop and further customs operability for interagency development inside a country, and how they further down the road can develop this interoperability with other countries, other regions, other members, and for them to integrate their processes, and that's what we're aiming to do through digitalization, how this interacting of data can help to make this process available. For this, there are three key features that at the WCO there are the need to focus a lot. First of all, the political support that there needs to happen. There has to be a lot of political will for the countries to develop this kind of strategies and this kind of developments. Also the strategic alignments of the members, the countries, how each member has to have a mindset of going through digitalization. Today I've seen some presentations that have been very, very great. And to know how the countries of the region have been implementing some of these data structures. So I see that the alignment to go through these digitalization paths has been working for this region. And also the legal framework. We can have the will to do everything, but if we don't have the support of the laws in our countries, or international countries, or regional laws to implement all these strategies, at the end of the day, we don't have the support inside of our members' nations to implement this kind of initiatives. So these are the three key features to implement the digitalization initiatives. I invite you to read the study report for disruptive technologies to further down the information that the WCO provides on this aspect. After that, I want to focus on one of the tools that we have available right now is the Globally Network Customs, the GNC. This is a strategy that the WCO is implemented to connect customs from bilateral or multilateral regions, and how they can interact with a seamless exchange of standardized procedures, and how the documents can interact with one member to the other. This is the idea of the GNC is to create processes in a standardized way, and how they would interact to one on another country. So the WCO provides the tools to do it. We integrate the GNC with other tools. I'm going to explain it a little further with how it is integrated with the WCO data model, for example, for this to work correctly, and how we can migrate from handcrafted experience in the agreements, in the international agreements, to more industrialized methodologies and how they can work to interact with other members with these standardized procedures. This is a little bit of an example of what we want to do. We want different countries to have their own GNC. These GNCs work through utility blocks. These utility blocks are we can put it like they're the individual processes that each country selects to integrate to their own administration and how they're going to interact with other members. So for example, if the country of Kazakhstan wants to interact with Kyrgyz Republic, they can develop a transport documentation. They don't have to do it they don't have to do everything in their customs at the first time. They can do this gradually. Whenever I think about this and I think about the region, I get in mind an example like the Trans-Caspian transport route, how something like that could be integrated at GNC through utility blocks and to design to interact one country to the other with the transport documentation and how they can create an standardized way. The first time that a country creates a utility block with another country, it can be used as a basis for it to be implemented with another country. So the first time it's implemented is going to be maybe the toughest time, but after that it's going to be more easy because you have the basis to integrate this kind of operation because everything needs to be standardized. So the utility block, how I mentioned, it's a subset of the GNC. The GNC is the whole concept of connecting customs and connected, how I told you, in a bilateral, multilateral way. But the utility block itself is the process that we select to do it. We can eventually have this for every single custom procedure, or we can select just a few, or we can select just one to start, and then we can start implementing other procedures to this utility block. Some of the examples are customs risk management systems, AEO programs, the transit interconnectivity, e-certifications. We can select some of these and start processes by doing this. So we use a template in the WCO and how the protocols, the standards and the guidelines establish this interaction. There's a document about how the GNC should be implemented, developed by the WCO to the members, and this will create the custom business that you select, how it will be, well, the reason what this interaction is created, and then establish which communications mechanisms are going to operate for making this possible, and the IT message specifications. So how I mentioned, these are another examples of possible utility blocks that could be implemented, interconnectivity, the FIDO, the certificate of origin, and how this can be implemented in each member's country. This is a more technical part of the utility block. The document about GNC explains it more detail, of course, but I want to close talking about GNC by establishing that it should have three of these pillars to be implemented. The first one, the regulatory framework for it to work. This is more of the political will that needs to be behind the idea of implementing the utility block or the GNC as itself. Then the process alignment, this would be the part where the people from the business get to establish which process, how it works, with a flow chart of how the process should be working, of the stages of the process, who are the stakeholders that need to interact in that regard. And finally, the technical interoperability. This is more the IT part. What message is going to be interchanged? Are we going to interchange the information through XML, through JSON, through OpenAPI, to these different ways of interoperating from one country to the other? So it is a multi-varied formula that different points of the process need to interact. So we see the political part of it, the process part of it, of the customs, and also the IT alignment that needs to be done with the GNC. And finally, we'll have an interaction between two countries in an standardized way, and how I told you, the first time maybe it's going to be the toughest one, but after that the formula can be replicated with other countries, establishing one of the examples that I gave you. After this, I want to talk about another specific tool. It's the WCO data model. And what's the WCO data model? Well, basically, it is important to understand the concept of the data model. The data model is a sort of a language that is used worldwide to communicate between customs. Even if we speak the same language, there's still difficulty getting to say that we use the same concept for the same things whenever we talk about customs procedures. Maybe I called the exporter one name and other administration call it other way. Or to make it more difficult, we have different language that are going to be a barrier for interchanging data and to interchange documents. So what we want to make with the WCO data model is to have a universal language related to customs and how it can interact with one custom administration to another from another member to create this universal language for it to be understood. It doesn't matter if my country uses one kind of technology and another country uses another one, because the system are interacting with the same language. And this is what we want to do with the WCO data model. To explain a little bit further, we want the information to not be a bottleneck whenever we are working in parallel with the flow of goods and the flow of information. They have to be a digital twin of each other. In the flow of goods, for example, we want to have the less possible interaction of our custom officers to opening boxes, craters, containers, and this to be validated through risk management or other tools for it to have a flow, seamless flow. So the flow of information sometimes is the bottleneck for it to advance. So what we want to do with the data model is for it to help to that all systems inside a country utilize the same language for custom-related procedures. And after that, if we want to further the interoperability that this could generate, we know that we're talking the same language with other members, so interchanging information is going to be easier. We want to take a leap from digitalization to standardization, taking, for example, paper, physical paper, and making it digital could be only to create a template. But we don't want only to do that. We don't want to translate only the manual procedure to a computer and at the end of the day have the same validations. We want to standardize the process for it to become easier to interact. I've seen some examples of the administrations today, how they have automatic procedures inside their country for customs clearance, for example. But we can have this interacting between countries for it to be easier. This is a little bit of the building blocks for establishing the WCO data model. So we want to have the supply chain objects, there's a library, there's an information model. There's, of course, more detailed information for this, but this is the steps for it to create and integrate the data model with our systems, and at the end of the day have an electronic message that's going to be able to interact between administrations. And after that, we're going to have the information packages. What I want you to get the idea of the information packages is the WCO established a library that has all the elements that all the members have available to interact. But it has different levels, and these different layers are the ones that we need to establish in our country. First of all, we have the BIP. This is the base information package. It contains the declaration, that this is the B2C, the business to customs interaction, the response, that is the other way around, the LPCO, that are license, permits, certificate, and others, and how they interact, and the intergov, that is a C2C interaction, how there's some permits that interact, for example, transit, that interact with each other. This is the base model of what's constructed through WCO data model. After that layer, we have the DIP, the Derived Information Package, with a specific laws that establish these kind of procedures. So we have different declarations, for example, maritime declaration that's very specific. There's constructed through this legislation. LPCOs, for example, we have the food sanitary, the plant protection, animal health, e-phyto, that are there, have their specific laws on how this can be established. And we, as a country, we should select which of these processes we want to implement, and after that, establish if we want to follow this legislation or we want to also create our own national implementation. And with that, the final intention is to create the MyIP. The MyIP is the own country information package, what I establish as a country to have of this library, of this data set. This is going to be the processes that I'm going to select to work with the data model, and what information, what elements I need to create to finally implement it in my custom system. And this is a little step-by-step of how to implement the data model. First, we want to identify the process. So we want 5 of the 10 processes that are over there. We want one, we want to start with one, we want to start with everything. Then get to know what data requirements are there. In my country, do I have a legal framework that establishes which elements we have? Do I have existing systems that I need to know, that I gather the information? Everything is in paper, okay. It's a hybrid. I would select this information, and then I will harmonize the existing data requirements, because probably what customs need regarding the, for example, the name of the product is going to be more specific that another governmental agency needs. So I need to, inside my country, I need to establish the scope of this. And after that, well, use map, okay? What's mapping? Grabbing each single element that I have in my national documentation and start saying, okay, export name in my document in my country, it's going to be mapped to the WCO data model element number, this one. And I have to do this with each and every element of each and every process that I select. After that, I will have the MyIP of the country, and I can integrate this to my systems. And with this integration, well, interoperability is one step closer. So this is another image of what we want to have. We want to have different countries with their own MyIP, their own information package, to interact with each other using the same language. Maybe we don't have the same processes implemented because my nation selects some of them and other nations select some of them, but they will gradually be implemented for this interconnectivity to be easier to get around the world. And finally, I want to close talking a little bit about the data strategy that the WCO has. How the WCO established that data is essential for customs administration. It needs new skills, processes, and infrastructure for members to apply it and to be currently installed in every member's internal systems. And how we want to have consistency with the WCO, what we offer to the members, what they can use it to implement it, and how we want to make it tailor-suit for them to use these kind of tools that the WCO has at their disposal. The main focus that we want to have with this data strategy at the WCO is to focus that for members to implement systems that have simplification, harmonization, and standardization in all their processes and all their systems. Of course, there are challenges for having this implemented. The consistency between the WCO data-related activities. This is how the different tools that the WCO has at their disposal need to interact. So we want to make it an integration between them. For example, how I talk with the WCO data model integrated with the GNC and how they work with each other. How the WCO can become a hub for customs statistics. We have a lot of information from all around the world, and we want to make this available, of course, with the proper disclaimer that we're not going to share private information to other members. That's delicate. The capacity building that we want to offer to all the members to how to implement these tools, how to get countries to act towards this data strategy. And the sharing of data, it's also a challenge because of how we have to keep safe this information and not to share delicate data. So we want to always have that in mind. This will be the 3 building blocks that we will focus mainly: the data sharing that I just mentioned, the community of practitioners, how we will provide capacity building to WCO experts that we certify for them to go to the countries and to establish these tools. And lastly, the assistance with the transition of data. This is also capacity building, but directly to the members, directly to the administrations, to work with the experts and to work with WCO delegates to help countries implement their own systems, their own digital strategies for them to develop further. With that, I want to say thank you for having me here and having the WCO here and to allow me to share the experience. Hopefully it's going to be worth it for the region and to develop it further. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, уважаемый.
Thank you, Mr. Valbertson, for your kind presentation on the initiatives of WCO in terms of digitalization, where you made a special focus on the data models. I believe that this model is unique, that allows integration of huge massive of data for the years to come. Thank you very much. Let me provide the next floor to Mr. Sun Sim Kim, project manager of WCO Bakuda, who will share about his project and its potential application in the practice and opportunities of virtual reality in the process of education. Please, Mr. Kim, the floor is yours.
Hello, Judras Buje and Minajabu Songim and Puriatino Bezna Komisa. I don't know if I say right word for you. And thank you very much for inviting me as a speaker for this important trade forum. Today I'd like to talk about the Bakuda project, which is a capacity building project for data analytics and VR training from the perspective of building capacity for members. Next, please. Okay. If you look at the screen, we can see the worldwide trade volume. And according to the WCO annual report 2019-2020, world trade generated 300 million import case, and together with 250 million export cases. But as you already aware, that most of the declaration are handled and processed electronically. So, but as you see, the data use is not new, and it's not, the customs has long been using, making best use of data, and putting the data use at the center of their mission in terms of post-audit and risk analysis and enforcement investigation. So now the question is, how customs can better respond to these challenges, and how best we can take advantage of this mega volume of data. There is the question we should address the challenges. So there is the point where when the Bakuda project was initiated to help members to implement data analytics. Bakuda is an acronym, an abbreviation, which stands for Band of Customs Data Analyst. And it is Korean, in fact, and which means to change from the old and old-fashioned to the futuristic ones. The project was initiated in 2019, 3 years ago, and it is under guidance of Capacity Building Directorate, of course, and the project is financially supported by Customs Corporation Fund of Korea. And since this is a capacity building project, the objective of the project is to help members to build capacity and develop data analytics tools and methodologies. And we try to develop algorithms and analytic model in open source languages such as Python. And these algorithms are made available for WHO members to deploy these algorithms, and so that they can adopt these technologies to transform into a data-driven organization. We are running this project on 3 pillars. First one is the data expert. We are working together, experts coming from the private sectors and university, and of course we are inviting customs, the officials, which are very good at the data use. And the second is the testing and creating the algorithm tailored to the needs of member administration in close partnership with the member administration. We are delivering capacity building activities through seminars and conferences and workshops to help member administration to embed this development into their daily operation. What achievement we had for the last couple of years? Data analytics framework, which is an umbrella document, and the proposed the document will have customs administration to identify and implement critical steps to evolve and to become a data-driven organization, and to cultivate their data culture within the organization. It has been approved and it is available on the WHO website. And the topics, what topics you can have in the framework? You can have assessment, the topic for the assessing the maturity level of customs administration and how to plan your project to implement data analytics, and behaviors and actions to be taken by management and leadership, which is very important. And also skill set and types of the steps you have to hire for the project is something you can receive by the framework. Second achievement I can share is the development algorithm. We develop the couple of analytic models. The AIHS is the one of 2 algorithms we have developed so far. The classification of commodities is a major task for customs officials, of course. But it takes much time to train and help them understand the basic structure of HS code and HS nomenclatures. And the misclassification definitely lead to the loss of revenue for customs administration. So we working together with the customs experts and Bakuda experts to develop AI models that recommend HS code with the commercial description of commodities with some sort of the accuracy. We adopted a text embedding method like doc-to-back, which is technical. So I want to show these tables, statistics on the performance. The outcome we received from the testing in close collaboration with Nigerian Customs Service, which provided voluntarily their transactional data with us. And you see the hit ratio, depending on the number of recommendation and chapters. So the more recommendation we have, the better and the more accurate HS classification we have. Now I want to share some the developments with you. Would you please open the website? And these are the basic the modules where you can experience how AIHS can assist customs officers to classify goods. But I'd like to say this was not developed for the purpose of implementation itself, but rather we developed for the purpose of capacity building. So we uploaded all the theories and coding exercise on the Click, the Click on the WSO e-learning platform. And we developed this accompanying model where you experience how you classify commodities, imported goods, items, assisted by AI. So would you please start, Click? And you can have 2D visualization and 3D visualization, how AI, demonstrate the work. So if you simply type the description, the commercial description, and you will have the result. So would you please type the copy and submit, and you have 3 recommendations, but you can have also 5 or 6 and 7 up to 10 recommendations if you want. So at the right-hand side, you will have a probability of specific HS code you will have. So you can have 3 different options depending on your experience and your knowledge on the items on site. So I hope you go to the total result. I want to jump over 3D visualization, but it takes some time to upload. So here, these are the declaration, the statistics by country. So for the specific commodities. And you also have importer statistics. Please click the importers. So all those importer statistics you will have, which importers is the most active in importing these items. And please click the brokers. Yeah, this is a very similar function you will have, and depending upon the directions in buying and trading goods. And also, if you look at the right-hand side, you have a standard information from the HS nomenclature with a description of each items. So I want to stop here, and these are the basic algorithm what we want to share, and you want to I directly invite you to log on to the WCL Click platform for your better information. And we keep on developing the e-learning course for customs administration. Up until now, we have uploaded 3 different levels of online course for beginners in 5 different languages. Russian courses, of course, has been developed to accommodate more participants from the region. And also we developed an intermediate course for data analytics, which explains data machine learning, etc. And for practical purpose, we also created advanced course to explain how you can get the support from the AI for the HS classification. Also, the other advanced course is talking about the undervaluation detection algorithm. And I hope you onboard these online courses. So more courses will be developed for the customs officers. So Bakuda Scholarship Program, of course, is a very important one, physical program. So we are targeting the customs officers who already knew a little bit about the post-audit and data using area. And we provide intensive learning at the Sungkyunkwan University in South Korea to develop and deploy data analytics skills. So this 5 months long, and then for 12 member officials selected from each 6 region of the ratio. The first program was already completed with one month online and 4 months the physical program in March and completed in July. And taking into account pandemic situation, but from the next year we will have complete 5 months program for another 12 officers from members. So that's for the data analytics projects. I want to share a little bit about the virtual reality assisted training. This virtual assist training program was initiated by Capacity Building Directorate of WCO, and the VR contents was developed to help the fresh officers who has never experienced customs mission on site, and help them to understand how they carry out inspection procedures for the container cargo at the maritime port. So it is approximately 15 minutes long to avoid some sort of dizziness. But if you go over 15 minutes, you feel some uncomfort. So it is only last 15 minutes, but you can experience some 3 different scenarios. You have experience in detecting and inspecting items smuggled items like drugs and explosives and IPR infringement items. So it is also funded by CSF Korea, and first development was done the last year. So yeah, further virtual reality inspection procedures. And the VR station was also established both in WCO headquarters and last year in November, and also in the RTC Korea. So, but the Capacity Building Directorate is planning to distribute and transport 32 pool set of this equipment to 32 RTCs and ROCBs. WSHO have regional entities in 6 different regions. So as far as I know, at the moment, I see that there are 31 RTCs and 6 ROCB, Regional Office for Capacity Building, regional training centers. So so we want to the customs officials to be early bird, to experience first come, first development of these technologies and equipment. So we will transport as soon as possible. So starting from this month, and then we will deliver this equipment to Europe region first. And I know we know that there are RTCs and ROCBs in Azerbaijan, and also we have 1 RTC in Kazakhstan, right? And we have another RTC in Kyrgyz. So I hope regional customs official can have an opportunity to experience whenever possible. And these are the components. And so what to wear for the experience and what you have to be equipped with. So headset and controller is something you have to wear and have to carry for the experience. And then the high-end computers and TV screen is installed onto the kiosk. And for their trainees, of course, but at the same time, you need to have those screens for the spectators and the colleagues and friends nearby. And 2 sensors are fixed to the wall and then overhead on the kiosk. And these are the image, top-down images. You have some space. After this workshop, I'm planning to visit the artist Kazakhstan to see, the space to install and address their question, and for the transportation and for further interaction between ourselves. And the installation image at the Artist Korea, and we also installed the equipment at the down floor of WSHA headquarters. And before talking about the future plan, I want to play some very brief video for your better information and VR training. Please.
Center. Here, you can experience real-life work procedures in a virtual reality environment. This course is based on real... Case 1.
The seal number matches, but the scan results.
Okay. Future plans for the Bakuda project, we will expand the training program. Addition of more languages will be followed, and advanced course for the practical purpose to help you utilize data analytics technology for your daily operation. And technical assistance is the very important task of capacity building directorate of WCO, and diagnostic mission to see the current regime of your administration, and also find out difficulties and challenges faced by customs, and we will help them to address those issues, and also accreditation of customs experts for the area will be planned. And collaboration with members is critical factors by which we can further carry out our project. And because data analysis project can be realized with the help of members and which voluntarily provide their transactional data. Without data, we can do nothing. So we want to test, as I said, tailored to the needs of members and their demands. And if they want, we want to work together to deploy customs data analytics models. And for the VR project, we are under development the e-commerce item inspection contents. So that will be open to members very shortly. And also we will develop the mobile version by which you can train yourself at any time and anywhere. And we invested the 1 million euros for members to experience this the new technology. And we will have more programs to be shared for the members' capacity building. Thank you very much. Spasiba.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim, for your presentation about your project. I believe that actually the data analysis gained in the course of customs procedures will require a structured and balanced approach. As analyzing the data, we can pre-model the behavior of traders that would allow us to calculate the load on checkpoints and areas of customs clearance to make our work more efficient. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now I propose that we move to Asian and Pacific region. Customs Service of Korea will kindly provide us with a presentation. Ms. Sung-Hwa Cho, Deputy Director of the Department of International Relations of Customs Service of Korea, will provide her presentation. Ms. Cho, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you hear me? I'm very glad that I can join this workshop, and I'm able to share best practice of Korea in implementing ECO. Do you hear me well? Okay. I will consider this as the sign everything is fine. I will proceed my presentation. Firstly, I will share the presentation slides. Okay, here you go. So can you see the slides?
No, we can't. We can't see your slides.
Okay, sorry. Okay, here you go.
We cannot hear you, unfortunately.
Sorry, we could not hear you.
Госпожа Чо, пожалуйста, включите.
Miss Cho, please switch on your mic. Miss Cho, please switch on your mic. Please unmute your mic. You are muted.
Okay, now it's on mute. So I guess you can. I'm very sorry for the glitch. I will move on to my presentation. Okay, here you go. I'm going to share how ECO is implemented. My presentation is mainly three parts. I'm going to introduce you FTA and Certificate of Origin, which is a document to show the goods are qualified for the preferential tariff treatment on the trade agreements. Then I will move on to the benefits and concept of ECO. And finally, I will share the experience of Korea Customs in implementing ECO. Okay, I will move on. I guess all of you know what FTA is. FTA is Free Trade Agreement. It is a treaty between two or more countries to facilitate trade and eliminate trade barriers by reducing or eliminating tariffs in trade in goods. The tariff is reduced and eliminated for the qualified products. The Korean government, they have implemented a very proactive FTA policy since 2004, starting from the FTA with Chile. Now we have 18 FTAs in effect, and we completed negotiation of 4 FTAs, which will be soon coming into effect. And we are negotiating with more countries. In this year, trade volume of Korea with the FTA trade partner countries accounted for more than 77% by August this year. So you can guess FTA is pretty much important in the economy and trade of Korea. Now I will briefly explain the role of Korea Customs in implementing FTA. Korea Customs is a main agency in implementing FTA in the customs procedures at the borders, and we regulate related procedures of imports and exports. Korea Customs, as an implementing agency, participates in FTA negotiations, and we make great contribution of the trade in goods in the negotiation. We are one of the issuing authorities. We issue preferential certificate of origin, and Korea Customs oversee the procedure for issuing COs. We control the activities of Korea Chamber of Commerce and Industry in issuing COs. We provide wide range of support and technical assistance to traders so that they can promote the utilization of FTA. And we cooperate with overseas and domestic agencies, and we cooperate also with private sector to resolve any implementation issues in utilizing FTA. And Korea Customs, we also conduct origin verification, and we detect prevent origin fraud. To be eligible for the FTA benefits, the goods should be qualified, which means the goods should be originated from one of the contracting countries of the FTA. And it is the certificate of origin that shows the goods satisfy the origin status under that particular FTA. So certificate of origin CO is very important as a proof of origin to receive the FTA tariff treatment benefit. So in claiming FTA using CO, it starts from the exporter applying for CO in the issuing authority. Then issuing authority, they issue CO, and exporter, they receive the issued CO and send the CO to the importer in the overseas country so that importer claims preferential tariff treatment using the CO. The CO is issued by the issuing authorities, including in Korea. The issuing authorities are Korea Customs Service and Korea Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And there are other types of FTA that doesn't need CO issued by issuing authorities. For example, self-certification and origin statement by the authorized exporters, or origin statement by the exporters. But I'm going to mainly talk about the certificate of origin by the issuing authorities. Traditionally, after the export declaration issue certificate of origin, and then the certificate of origin is a paper. It's sent by international mail to the importer in the overseas country. And then the importer, by the export from the exporter, the importer received this paper seal. They bring it to the importing customs agency, and they apply for preferential tariff treatment using the paper seal. So it involves the international delivery of paper seal by international mail. So you can understand it can be very inconvenient to issue the paper seal and deliver paper seal to the overseas importer. It is time consuming to send paper seal through international mail, and there is administrative and logistical cost incurred in issuing the seal and in sending the seal, especially in the situation of COVID pandemic, when there is a major disruption in supply chain. Sometimes CO, the international mail is disrupted and CO isn't delivered until the goods is delivered. And then there are several delays in delivering the CO to the importer, which incurs more money, for example, storage costs. And there is a possible risk of CO being stolen, tampered, or lost during the delivery. And in the importing customs, because they receive the paper, they go through a very strict procedure to assure the CO, the paper CO, is authentic and they are not tampered. They check very thoroughly everything is correct in the forms of the CO. So in 2021, Korea Customs received complaints from Korean exporters who export abroad, and they experience a problem in the overseas customs in customs clearance procedure, and among the FTA related complaints experienced by the Korean exporters, the issues related to the CO, it accounted a large share. So you can see from this chart that CO related complaints, they account for large part in FTA related problems. So if you solve the problems related to the CO, then it will be more convenient for the exporters. So the concept of ECO is electronic certificate of origin, is a digitized version of CO. It is applied, certified, and issued electronically by the issuing authority. But it isn't just that I want to talk about today. It isn't just this digitally issued CO, but I'm talking about the cross-border implementation of ECO. So it doesn't only involve the exporting country who issued the CO, but I'm talking about the special arrangement and cooperation between exporting and importing countries in implementing ECO. So that way, by the special arrangement between the exporting and importing country, the importing country doesn't require paper CO anymore, and they have arrangement that importing country, they allow submission of electronic CO in the electronic form, or even cross-border data exchange of ECO. So in using the ECO, the procedure of sending the original paper CO to the importer submitting the original CO to the customs authority, it isn't needed anymore. The CO doesn't need to be sent from the exporter to the importer. If the CO is sent from the exporter to the importer, it isn't for claiming the FTA benefits, but it is for record keeping requirement on the FTA. So ECO, it has the cost-cutting effect, and it is a facilitative effect of the trade. So the benefit of ECO is ECO replaces the time-consuming procedure, and it reduces administrative and logistic costs for the paper CO. And ECO facilitates trade, and also because of the digitalized procedure, it improves transparency. And it is also in line with the WTO trade facilitation agreement regarding the acceptance of copies. There are largely two models of implementing ECO in Korea Customs. The first model I want to introduce is the model where the ECO data is exchanged between the exporting and importing country. The exporting country, they issue the CO and they transfer the data of electronic CO to the importing country, and the importing country doesn't require importer to submit paper CO anymore. So this is a model called electronic origin data exchange system model. It is from EODES. It's a system implemented by Korea Customs to exchange ECO data with other countries. Another model is electronic verification system model. Instead of data exchange, it utilizes electronic verification system. Electronic verification system is often is made public by the issuing authority. The issuing authority often provides this service that the traders, they enter the reference number and reference code. Sometimes they need to log in, and then on the website, you can query the authenticity of CO, and you can check the authenticity of CO from the web page of the issuing authority. If you have this website available, then the traders and anybody can log in, or they enter the information of the CO and they can confirm the authenticity of CO. So by using this electronic verification system, the customs authority in the importing country, they don't require submission of paper CO. They just accept the copies, or they just accept the reference number of the CO. So there are two models of the CO, and I'm going to move on to the experience of Korea Customs in implementing ECO. I will begin with how CO is issued in Korea. From 2006, Korea digitalized the procedure of issuing CO. Fully, the CO issuance is digitalized from 2006. In the Korea Customs website, there is a system called UniPass. It's a customs clearance system used by the KCS. The traders, they can log in to the UniPass and they can fill in the online form and submit the prepared documents through UniPass. And then Korea Customs, they review and approve the application. And then through online, the applicants find the information that their CO application is approved, and they can print the issued CO from the UniPass. And the seal and signature, they are all digital electronic seal and signature. It doesn't include any procedure using the paper. And the ECO issued by Korea Customs, you can check from the electronic verification system of Korea Customs Service, and you can verify the authenticity by entering reference number and reference code. You may remember from my slide that there is another issuing authority, which is Korea Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The procedure of preferential CO is controlled by Korea Customs. So basically, Korea Customs and Korea KCCI, they have the similar procedure in issuing the CO. They also log in to the KCCI webpage and fill in the online form, and they upload the related documents. And the KCCI review and approve the application. Unlike the KCS, where the issuance of CO is totally free, it's a private company, KCCI, they accept fee, which is about $5. And after the online approval, the exporter can print the CO from the website. Also, KCCI, they operate their own electronic verification system. They can log into the website and check the authenticity there. And there are common security features of ECO issued by Korea Customs and KCCI. In the middle, there is watermark. There is either a watermark of KCS or KCCI. And on the upper side, there is QR code. And on the bottom, there is 2D barcode. QR code and 2D barcode, they take you to the electronic verification system of Korea Customs or KCCI. Now I will move on to the EODS. EODS means Electronic Origin Data Exchange System. It is a mechanism how Korea Customs exchange CO data with the partner countries. For example, we already implemented EODS with China Customs since 2016, and with Indonesia since 2020. So all the CO under Korea-China FTA and a Asia Pacific Trade Agreement. The CO data is exchanged between Korea and China customs. The system, the data is exchanged real time through the system. And also on the Korea-ASEAN FTA, Korea and Indonesia customs, they exchange the ECO data using EODES system. And now we have been working with Vietnam and India to implement the similar system. The system is going to launch next year. And those ECO data exchange, the cross-border exchange of ECO. The public, they can check the transmit status of their CO from the website of Korea. So Korea Customs provide this system to the traders, where the traders can, using their reference number and reference code, they can check whether their ECO is transmitted to the partner country or the ECO issued in the partner country is transmitted to Korea Customs. This information is open to the public. So it is very convenient, the real-time cross-border exchange of ECO data. But you can imagine when we declared that we will construct this kind of system, there were several challenges and we had to overcome them all to implement the system. Firstly, the biggest concern was from the exporters because they are worried that some trade secret, for example, the price of their materials, the manufacturing procedure, something they don't want their trade partners to know. They are worried that this kind of information could be included and could be handed over to the partner country through the EODS. So we had to persuade them, no sensitive data is exchanged, only the information on the CO is exchanged with the partner countries. And we have this confidentiality clause in the FTA and MOU. And also in the system, there is some security IT features that allows secure data communication, some digital signature, some IT thing. I cannot be very specific on that now, I'm afraid. And another concern is we had to persuade our colleagues in implementing this system because we were not sure of the added value of exchanging this kind of data. So we wanted to overcome the concerns of our colleagues. So we arranged some intergovernmental policy coordination meetings. So we persuaded them. This will definitely create added benefit, which is a trade facilitation, and it will be good for Korean exporters. Also, in order not to violate the Korean legislation and Korean law, we went through legal reviews from our lawyers internally and externally. And there were some concerns and reluctance of partner countries. We wanted to persuade them by trying a lot of efforts to gain legal grounds in exchanging the data. And we share the knowledge and experience of KCS in developing this system. So I'm talk about the legal basis of the data exchange because it's automated data exchange. You can imagine there is concern, and we are very conservative agencies. We don't want to violate any law. So luckily in Korea-China EODES, EODES is included in the preferential trade agreement. So it was we got the most strongest legal basis for Korea-China EODES because it's mentioned in the FTA. Also, we have several agreements between Korea and China regarding the data exchange. And in case of Korea, Indonesia, EODS, we don't have any article, any rules about EODS in Korea ASEAN FTA because the Korea ASEAN FTA is pretty old. It doesn't reflect a lot of modern things. But Korea, Indonesia, they signed Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which is Korea-Indonesia FTA. In Korea-Indonesia FTA, we made sure that it includes the article about the EODS. So instead, for Korea-ASEAN FTA, even though we don't have it included in the FTA, but Korea, Indonesia, they signed the MOU to implement the EODS. And from using the domestic legislation, we made sure we have some legal basis of this system, both in the Indonesia and Korea. So Korea Customs, we are working very closely with our partner agencies to make sure that we have article about EODS in the FTA. For example, in Korea-Cambodia FTA, we have article about EODS. Also, Korea-Indonesia FTA and Korea-Philippine FTA, it also has the EODS. And even in the RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, they also have EODS clause. And Korea Customs, we made sure that we have domestic legal basis as well. It started from the public notice of Korea Customs in 2017. It
Excuse me,
describes
Miss
the
Cho.
procedure. It has the
Госпожа
procedure.
Чо, я прошу прощения.
Miss Cho, sorry, because I'm very sorry because actually the time is very much pressing. Please just provide the outcomes in your presentation and make your final statements.
Sorry, this is the last part of my presentation. Now, the Korea-Vietnam and Korea-Indonesia EODS is in the pipeline, and we want to strengthen cooperation with WCO members in implementing ECO. We proposed WCO to formulate an ECO guideline in April, and we share the best practice of Korea Customs with WCO members in this September. Now, thank you very much for your attention, and I'm sorry for my long presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cho, for your interesting and detailed presentation, and we will be very thankful to you, and we'll try also to repeat Korean experience of interaction. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is proposed that we move to Caucasus. We have already several times mentioned two beautiful countries of this region. It's Georgia and Azerbaijan. And today we have Mr. Zurab Sechenava as our guest speaker, the head of Customs Department of Service of State Revenues of Georgia, and Samson Uriti, the head of Department of International Cooperation and the Service of State Revenues of Georgia. They'll have a coordinated presentation. Please, Mr. Zurab, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Distinguished colleague, I'm welcoming you. I'm Zurab Sechenava. Since 2021, I occupy the position of the head of Customs Department in Georgia. In the system of the Minister of Finance, I am since 2006, and I used to work in law enforcement areas. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to participate and very warm hospitality. For us, cooperation with the countries of Central Asia is very important, especially we provide special importance to the relations with Kazakhstan, and this is my first visit to the capital of Kazakhstan, and I'm very happy to see this beautiful and very well-developed city. Among customs administrations of Georgia and custom administration of Central Asian states, we managed to establish a very close and fruitful cooperation. When I came to customs systems, some business processes were still on paper. And that is why we set ourselves a goal to maximize the digitalization of customs business processes with the support of our partners, international organizations, and in cooperation with a local outsourcing company which operates in the sphere of information technology. So we started the process of implementation of the elements of artificial intelligence into the custom business processes. More detailed information on this project you'll find out in the presentation of Mr. Samsung. So using this chance, I would like to thank you once more for your warm hospitality, and I wish you any possible successes. Thank you. Thank you very much. And sure, I would like to tell you that, first of all, I would like to welcome you in Kazakh, to tell you good afternoon, and
afternoon. Here we have this, we may say, representatives also from South Korea, from other countries. It's I'm delighted to be here because, as a matter of fact, I'm back from this, I was here before this COVID pandemic. And really, I'm very happy to see again Astana, and Astana is really a very good, tangible example how the political wheels, how resources might be operational, and here we have really magnificent capital of this country. And of course, I would like to use this opportunity and convey my appreciation to organizers for inviting us, for inviting the head of the Customs Department of Georgia. Why we are here? Just because we would like to demystify the artificial intelligence. That's why I'm not data analytics, I'm not like IT specialist, I'm just head of international relations. But our main idea to why we decided to just present this project, and this presentation is at first time here in Kazakhstan. So it means that our head of customs department, Mr. Zurab Sichinava, he decided that the first presentation should be delivered in Kazakhstan about this project. So this is also very good. Also, I would like to acknowledge that only my presentation is between you and lunch. I don't know why, but our presentations, as it was, we may say, planned, both presentations are before lunch, before dinner. Maybe that's because that, or you may know that we Georgians will like to eat, and maybe I don't know, maybe coincidence. But of course, I will. I'm promising you that my presentation will be very long, very comprehensive. So please bear with me. Of course, I'm joking. So. First of all, when we talk about artificial intelligence, I think that we need here just to give you some context, yes? And this context is the following, that you know that we managed to we may say, transfer or establish so-called one-stop principle for customs clearance. Why? Because you may understand, okay, we had the chance here to hear a lot about the electronic custom declaration, electronic certificates, but we need this data for customs clearance. As you may understand that here, this is also a very unique opportunity that I'm addressing to the private sector here, that our representatives of private sectors, we may say they don't need the customs declaration. For them, it's very important to have the invoice, CMR or TIR carnet or other documents. So what we did in Georgia, we tried to, and I said, to be closer to this natural system of economic operators. So that's why we are receiving since 2012 the primary documents, I mean the invoice, CMR, and based on this document we are transferring this data into the customs declaration, and for or that you may understand that we need the customs officer. So that's why all these 500 up to 500 customs officers, they are dealing with the completing or filling the customs declaration based on this primary document which we are receiving from the private sector. So that's why Mr. Zurab Sichnava, he just mentioned that, okay, when he just was appointed to this position, he just saw that our customs officers, they're working with papers, with the paper invoices, with the paper CMRs. Of course, we have this chance that we are just also receiving these papers via rs.g's official portal. So it means that our economic operators, they can send this information via scanned form. But you know, this is just image, yes? Just as an image, okay? We can see that this is good for validation, but we would like to use this data. And here, why we are here, about how we can just simplify this kind of formality for you, for economic operator, and of course for us. So that's why just some figures, we are just using yearly more than 170,000 hours for just only completing the customs declaration. And then here we have the data about the how much we are just using time for completing also certificate of origins, because here in Georgia also customs is in charge of issuance of certificate of origin, or whether it would be Euro 1 for EU or AST1 for CIS countries. So you know that the resources are limited, so we decided why not to try to identify those business processes which might be automated. And here, and then by the way, it's very important to also underline here that the solutions are available, and those solutions are available, I don't know, maybe more than 10 years. So I will also tell you. So this is just what we would like to achieve. Just we would like, first of all, to decrease, of course, the time for completing the customs declaration, for the certificate of origin. It means that all these repetitive business processes which are done by the customs officer will be done by the robots. That's why we have this robot, that we are the creative people, we are the human beings. We would like to eat bishmarmak, to drink very good vodka, which was quite good, by the way, and to interact. That's why we are here. This in-person meeting is very important because we have the 5 senses. So if we would like to have communication, we should be here now and not via this. This is our, he may say, limit which we have, but of course we should use this opportunity. I mean, when we have this hybrid type of meeting, it enables our colleagues that they can see, they can hear what about we are talking in this forum. So that's why here you have all these figures. We would like to decrease the time for the filling of the customs declaration, for the certificate of origin, and also we have this kind of yellow channel, which also was mentioned by our customs colleagues. They told that they have this red channel. But in our case, yellow channel means that when the payments used to be paid, this information should be sent to the customs officer who is completing this customs declaration, and it was done also manually by sending the SMS. Now it will be it will be done by the robot. So here's the solution. ABBYY, you know this Linguo program. This is available, I don't know, maybe more than 20 years or 30 years. They also, can I say, started to experimenting with so-called OCR, which is optical character recognition. It's not something, it's not difficult or some sophisticated tool. We can just buy this without any problem. And then that's why you may see that we are using this ABYY to what? To recognize all these scanned documents. So it means that we have what? Scanned invoices or this CMR or other documents. So we would like to use this OCR technology for transferring these images to the machine readable format. This one, and the second, then we need this UI pass. It is a kind of technology which allows us. It is a really robotic business process automation. So it means that all this data, when it will become machine readable, so structured data, then we can use this data for what? First of all, to translate, yes, because also in Georgia it's a Georgian language, as it was mentioned by the Constitution of Georgia, and we should translate this information, which done by the also not by the way ABBYY, but by UI pass, and then all this data will be inserted into the relevant customs declaration boxes. So what we just are trying to do, just to, can I say, automate the process. And here you may know that we have the very well-known proverb that it's better to see one time than to hear 100 times. So here I do hope that this video will work. Yes. So this is just a demonstration that all these form which we have in scanned format, then this ABBY, we will just transfer those data. Then we have the second very short video also. Here is a well-known ASIC CUDA, you know, this automated system of customs data, and here this UI pass, this so-called digital agent is completing this form, and you may understand that if we need, I mean that human beings need 20 minutes for completing the customs declaration, and of course you may understand when I'm just mentioning 20 minutes, it means that for one commodity code, we are talking only for export declaration, because you may understand that when we just embarked to this very ambitious project, our aim was that let's start with a simple one, and then the simplest for, I think that our customs colleagues, they will agree with me that we started with the export declaration. So, and you may understand that when we talk about the export declaration, especially for such countries as we have in Central Asia, I think that it will be much more easier to start with this type of customs procedure. And here we will have these results within 5 months. This is now ongoing project. So of course we have the back office. It means that if this digital module could not or would not identify either HS codes or maybe customs value, we have the data engineer who will work closely with our back office, I mean that with our customs officer, and then they will just find the solution for this, we may say, complicated issues. And I think that what we are just trying to just share with you is maybe the very first step, like baby steps for this digitalization as such, because we trying to convey this kind of message. And when we have this manual input, this is a yes, very good start. But when we talk about the digitalization journey, I think that we need to deploy these robots. That's why it was invented. That's why it is developing. And of course, we think that if it would be interesting for our customs colleagues from Kazakhstan, from Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, we will be more than very happy to give you more kind of, we may say, details. I do understand that now I'm in the forums, that's why we just deliver this more the concept-related presentation, just to give you the main idea of what we are doing in Georgia, why we are doing this. You could just imagine that up to 500 people, they routinely they were using to just insert this data into the this form. Why? Yes, when we have this robot, so let's try to use them in more effective, efficient way. You know, as it was mentioned here, that we have the increase of the trade, so it means that we have more and more workload at the border. So it means that we should just increase also so-called non-fiscal related functions, which means that we should invest more and more into the risk management and to target this fishy or risky thing. So I think that this was my just verbal part of the presentation. Kop Rahmet, and of course Tashakur. So this is the last words which you are hearing from me. And again, what I would like to say, big thanks to our host, our very big friends and strategic partners, to Kazakh, to USAID, to PMCG. They just did quite a lot to invite us here. And also we should mention here that this project was financed and supported by the Investment Council. We have such an Investment Council at the level of the Prime Minister of Georgia. And EBRD was the main sponsor. But by the way, the money was from Korea. So this is quite, we may say, globalized and interlinked world. And again, I think that we would have chance now to enjoy the lunch at last. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, господин Сеченава, за ваши теплые.
Thank you so much for your kind words, Mr. Sechenava. Mr. Uridia, thank you so much for your presentation. Well, I guess that Georgian experience will be useful not only for the Central Asian countries, but for the world customs union. And we have also now Azerbaijan, Mr. Rauf Nazarov, who is a representative of Customs Committee of Azerbaijan. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Presentation regarding implementation of paperless trade in Azerbaijan. My name is Rauf Nazarov. I'm Senior Inspector of the Project Management Division of State Customs Committee of Azerbaijan. I will try to share my presentation within the allotted time. So we decided that there are several main aspects that we can use in a implementation of paperless trade in Azerbaijan, and we choose some main key points, and I will try to share them with you in my presentation. Those key points are automated customs management, integrated approach, minimize context, and etc. I will share all of them one by one in my further slides. So as you can see from this slide, our united automated management system combines several models within itself. Those models are customs clearance and custom control, financial activities, customs enforcement, trade statistics, resource management, integrated document management, risk management, and business process management. Also, our united automated management systems can have an opportunity to get input data from the traders and different electronic government bodies. So we can use this data in the process of facilitation of clearance. Next, I will share with you our electronic environment for customs and trade. As you can see from the slide, users can reach our electronic services from our official web page and from our customs web portal and from our smart customs mobile application. From this slide, you can see that during the year 2021, our electronic services have been used 14 million times, and we have during the last year, our web portal users reached 172,000, and our mobile application users reached a number of 375,000. All these users can use our electronic services from different locations, from our website, from our web portal mobile application, also from electronic customs kiosks. These kiosks located in the custom offices all over the country, in the border or in the clearance offices, and it contains several electronic services which we integrated with them. Also, we use preliminary information exchange for the facilitation reasons. We have preliminary information exchange with different countries such as Georgia, Turkey, Russia, Iran, and some other countries. Moreover, we have information exchange with the different government agencies, government bodies, not only our national government bodies, but also some of international governmental bodies, as you can see from the slide here. Also, we implemented electronic signature system. This electronic signature system implemented not only for paperless trade needs, but also for security needs. We implemented it since May 2016. Its name Asan Imza, which means simplified signature. You can sign your declaration and other supporting documents with your phone if you use this type of signature. One of our next projects is time release study. As you know, there are three main definitions in the time release study. This is a required time for customs control at the border, required time for cargo clearance, and required time for cargo release. We can get required time for cargo release by the conducting of previous tours. Also, we share our TRS data in our official website, and all the foreign trade users can reach our data from our web page. Our next project is a GPS monitoring system. With the use of GPS monitoring system, we are monitoring the delivery of goods and vehicles to the customs authorities of destination. We have mobile customs units which use tablets for the monitoring of this data. And one of the newest electronic services is a simplified declaration and electronic commerce. We launched this from the January of 2021, and it used 8 million electronic commerce declaration were submitted through our web portal and mobile application. There are three main role players in the simplified declaration and electronic commerce. This is the users of the electronic service and postal courier services and customs. Individual users submit their declaration via this service, and after they send the information about it to the postal courier service, so courier service can carry their declared goods to the country, and after this, they pass through the customs clearance process and send and carry the goods to the users. Also, we have open data and API project in our customs web portal. Around 100 postal carrier services and 8 banks already used our open data to integrate with our services. It's one of the ways to facilitate the paperless trade. And one of our latest projects, we're integrating with ITER international system. It's a pilot project of ITER project is being implemented. It will provide an electronization of transit traffic regulated by TIR convention. We are already prepared our internal and external messaging systems, and now we are testing conformance. Conformance test process ongoing. We are planning to finish all it by the end of year and use the ITER system for the facilitating of paperless trade and in the transit process. So thank you for your attention. This is all my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Azarov, for your presentation. We really appreciate it, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that I'll express common opinion. First of all, we have to thank our speakers for their presentations, for their questions and answers. And I believe I express common opinion that the development of modern customs technologies, including the issues of digitalization, and the agenda is in the agenda of every custom administration, are rated as #1, as it occupies the most important place today. I believe that today we have just started open and very good dialogue, in the course of which we managed to exchange opinions and positions in a very constructive way. And we all recognize the fact that this topic was one of the most relevant and rating very high, and we have violated the time frame of the forum. Maybe we have stolen some time from you, and as my good colleague from Georgia mentioned that he loves speech Parmak, and it's time to meet. Actually, I would like to thank all the speakers. I used to work as a teacher at the University of Almaty. I used to be a professor. Now I feel myself very convenient in the audience. I like working with big audience. And when I was a professor at the university, I loved to talk to big audiences of students. And I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to return to my past, to my youth when I was a professor at the university. And now let me provide the floor to Ms. Ayjan for further advertisements and housekeeping. Thank you very much, Rebecca Aliyevich, and distinguished speakers, distinguished participants. We would like to remind you that the next session will start in accordance with agenda, so as we were not late, and so we are going to have a lunch break, and we kindly request you to return at 2:30. As the topic will be very interesting, as we're going to talk about transit, and I would like to mention that all the presentations will be loaded down into the website. The lunch is scheduled for Yesil Samruk Hotel, and at the first floor at Soltas Restaurant. Our coordinators will help you with finding the way. You are kindly requested to return to the audience at 2:30. And the menu is the same in all the restaurants. It does not depend upon the restaurant. So please select your company at the lunchtime and keep on asking questions during lunch break.
Уважаемые участники, занимайте свои места. Мы хотели бы все же не выбиваться из графика. Пожалуйста, проходите. Да, спикеры, пожалуйста, тоже проходите. Занимайте свои места. Господин Сапар Бектасов, госпожа Гита, Зульфия. Уважаемые участники, занимайте, пожалуйста, свои места. Коллеги, можно будет
Colleagues, I would request you to invite all other participants, as we already exceeded the time limits allocated for the lunch break, so you're kindly invited to start. All the speakers are on the podium, and I think that we can start. Distinguished participants, so let me welcome our speakers and the moderators of the second session and move to it and open it and provide the floor to our distinguished moderator of the second session, Mr. Aset Asanbayev, Secretary General of International Commission Trasica. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished participants. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers. I am happy to welcome all of you. This panel session is devoted to the topics of acceleration of digitalization processes to increase transit potential and simplification of trade procedures. We will discuss and develop recommendations on increase the volumes of trade and export, expansion of the use of digital instruments, and transit capacity improvement in Central Asian countries. Because of that, we'll focus on the topics as transit corridors, standards of UNECE, and advantages of applying transit systems applicable in the EU, and also we discuss proposed digital solutions for transportation and the issues of transition to paper-free trade. As you may know, in most recent 10 years, implementation of digital solutions and digital system changed our everyday life. We are widely using smartphone sensors, intellectual systems, smart systems, as well as other features, AI, as well as other features. You know that digitalization is accelerating, and for me, the agenda of this session is very important. So I'll propose us to move to the topic itself. I would request the speakers to follow up the time frames. We'll have two parts of the session. The first part will last 1 hour and 15 minutes, and the second part will also last 1 hour and 15 minutes after the coffee break, and we'll have to close at 5:30. I request the speakers not to spend more than 10 minutes, so as we could have an opportunities for Q&As. I would like to move to the agenda and introduce our first speaker, Mr. Sapar Biktas. He is the Director of the Department of Development of Transit and Transport Logistics of the Ministry of Industry and Infrastructure Development of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Please, Sapar Biktas, the topic is the status of transit corridors development. Distinguished Aset Asanovich, distinguished participants, and I'm happy to welcome you. I welcome all my colleagues, and I would like to thank USAID program for the opportunity to speak and participate in this forum. Considering current global trends, we observe significant changes in the sphere of transport and transit, and I believe this platform to assist development of mutually profitable cooperation for the countries. Our task is to create favorable conditions, to ensure disconnectivity of chains and improve the quality of transportation. I have to note that Kazakhstan applied significant efforts to develop transport and transit potential in the region, development and modernization of transport corridors. I would like to introduce you the following. We have established a network of transcontinental corridors and routes via Kazakhstan. 13 international transport routes run through the territory of country, including 5 railway routes and 8 truck routes. In the most recent 15 years, Kazakhstan constructed 2.5 thousand kilometers of new railroads and reconstructed more than 13,000 kilometers of automobile roads. Kazakhstan has significant plans on establishment of transboundary hubs that will increase the capacity of transport corridors from the north to the south and from the east to the west. Nowadays, the indicators of transit are growing, and for complete utilization of potential for international trade, we have to improve transport connectivity of the regions to increase the capacity of international corridors. We plan by 2025 to implement several key infrastructure projects. If we speak a little bit in more detail, this project includes the project. This project would allow us to increase the volume of transit transportation between China and Europe. And we plan to increase its capacity by 5 times and increase the speed of transportation up to 1.5 thousand kilometers per day from current 800 kilometers per day. The net project Arbazam-Akhtar also would decrease to decrease the length of corridors in Iran. And the next project is a bypass railway line via Almaty railway station. Its implementation will offload Almaty hub for 30% and decrease the time of cargo delivery from China and Pacific region to Central Asia and Persian Gulf and Europe within 24 hours, and also plan to implement the project of construction the third checkpoint Bakhti that would allow us to avoid the traffic jams in the approaches to China. To implement cargo transportation via Trans-Caspian corridor, we also plan to establish a container hub at Aktau. On top of that, we attracting a big international company, PC International, to logistics sector of Kazakhstan, and also we are cooperating in the development of soft infrastructure through establishment of digital transcontinental corridor. BCA group participation in Khargos Gateway, joint terminal at Luningan and Aktau port, and participation of BCA in large-scale investment project of national railroads so as to attract bigger transit. On top of that, we pay significant attention to the issues of digitalization of transport processes in Kazakhstan. Let me focus on the key projects. First of all, due to the need of monitoring and control of the road traffic and activity of transportation of passenger and load and luggage, we face a task to consolidate the data of scattered systems in the same analytical platform. We at the legislative level has established the status of intellectual transport system and expanded its scope of application. And also the minister is taking efforts on investment proposal on creation of investment platform that would combine the investment inflow in all sectors of the ministry. It will also cover the analytical platform of the smart transport system. And on top of that, with the national projects, the technological breakthrough on digitalization, science and innovation, we're developing intellectual system of transport control that provides for the transition of certain functions of transport control to completely remote region without participation of human factor, with an opportunity of automatical establishment and sending notification on fines to a particular place. Its system is integrated with other systems and it allows to carry out check and weight control as well as permit documents, technical overview of vehicles and compliance of a driver with the regime of rest and walk. To transform the bill of ladings to digital format, we have established a uniform system of transport documents management. The system allows the participants of transportation to decrease the cost for the use of paper bill of ladings and waybills and create documents at any point of the world and ensure preservation of the documents and exclude the opportunities for corruption and use mobile smartphones for arrangement of the documents. At the same time, the Ministry plans to transfer the functions on management of weight and size of vehicles to competitive environment, have been preserved as the consideration of administrative cases on already registered violations. This measure would allow us to exclude corruption-related risk in direct contact of official and driver and expand the network of weighing points working automatically at local importance road and open pits at bigger companies, plants, and other places. By the end of 2025, at the regional roads, we'll plan to establish more than 100 automated measurement devices.
Теперь я хочу выделить крупные международные инициативы в данном направлении, где Казахстан намерен также участвовать. Так как происходящие в регионе последние события и геополитическая ситуация создали новую реальность, которая диктует необходимость поиска новых решений в транспортных процессах для дальнейшего развития транспортно-транзитных сообщений. Как вы знаете, одним из таких решений является инициатива Межправкомиссии Трассиком совместно с другими международными партнерами по разработке концепции глобального транзитного документа. Данная инициатива является современным электронным и универсальным решением для мультимодальных перевозок.
Solution using blockchain technologies, which is relevant for multimodal corridor. Moreover, in the automobile transport, we are planning to implement digital technologies, ETR, ECMR, and IP. So digitalization is one of the main trends, and it allows us to reduce the time of processing at the border. Dear participants, Kazakhstan is implementing all necessary conditions so that to increase and to improve the transportation issues. I believe that this platform will help us and we will be able to cooperate efficiently. And in conclusion, I would like to wish all the participants the efficient work for the goods and benefits of our countries. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much. I think that Q&A session will be at the end of our part of the session. So, and here I would like to note that you, in your speech, were speaking about digitalization, about control, about the documents, about data transfer, data management, and so on and so forth. But here I also want to say that it is important that we need to have interoperability of these systems. Yes, if it is working on the territory of Kazakhstan, then we need to make sure that all of these will be integrated and interoperate with other systems. And that's why I think that Mr. Mario Apostolov, who is the regional advisor of the economic cooperation of UNECE, will be useful for us. So he will tell us about the experience, and he will represent the special UN project for the economies of Central Asia. So they do lots of works, and I would like to greet Mr. Mario Apostolov. He is online today, but I want to express you the gratitude for your work. You know, the development of standards very important. I mean, interoperability and cooperation, these issues are important. And with the development of digitalization, we see that these issues are more and more relative. So please, Mr. Mario, the floor is yours. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me well? Yes, yes, we can hear. Well, can you see my presentation? Yes, that's right. Thank you so much. Yes, you represented quite well the topic of my presentation and our activities. The European Economic Commission of UN is one of the 5 regional commissions, and our organization is the organization on establishment the standards in several spheres. In the transport sphere, in environment and trade and so on. And I am working on the issues of promotion of standards for trade facilitation and for e-commerce. And now, recent years, we have been working at several projects for standardization of information exchanged on the whole supply chain, from transport documents that previous speaker was talking about. You know, such transport documents as consignment notes, way of bill of lading, they are all the part of this information exchange on these supply chains. Here we are also speaking about such innovative concepts as the data conveyor, so that the data would be collected from businesses, including from the transport operators, and so that this data would be processing through this conveyor, and we would see that different regulators, authority would receive this data, and maybe some other business processes partners would receive this information. So my presentation speaks about contribution of our contribution to digitalization. The main idea is that to have the unified digitalization processes. Yes, we see different attempts here and there, but we need to use the same standards so that later we'd be able to exchange information on the whole supply chain between different transport types, between different sectors in this supply chain. And all of this could be done only through the use of the same classifiers, of the same reference data models. And again, thank you so much for mentioning the fact that I support a specific program, UN program for Central Asia. We have the work on trade facilitation, and we are in cooperation with, for example, Aijan, Ms. Larisa Kislevkova. We are working with them on this strategy. Now, briefly, I would like to speak about my presentation. We had the project during COVID time, and this project was about modernization and improving of standards of interoperability of multimodal data exchanged using standards and reference data models, and all of this was based on the CFACT, multimodal transport reference data model. We have developed several pilot projects, and jointly with traditional paper documents, we had electronic documents, and there was an electronic data exchanged based on the standards. And we are working with different organizations here on different types of transport. For example, we work with our colleagues from the transport department, from ICAO, IMO, and other associations. For example, FIATA. FIATA was the first association to accept this idea of the general standards on interoperability of different transport data. So here you can see the slide, and you can see different documents. We were working on these documents over the last 2 years. You also can see here in my presentation on the top there is a link where you can find all the standards, all the reports of these pilot projects. The next slide represents the concepts. So when trades are going through different types of transport, we see that the legislative field is changing, we see that the documents are changing. And so the idea on using the same or similar semantic definitions, classifiers, codes, names of, and so this is the specific idea. I mean, we need to have the common language when we speak or when we transfer from one transport to the other transport in the whole supply chain. I mean, starting from the origin up to the destination place. I am not going to speak about all of these details, but this slide shows the same idea of the data conveyor when experts of CEFACT Center, they were developing the standards, and it was in 1990s. This is EDIFACT. Then we had the standards that were used in some technologies as XML. But now we're also saying about the developing of JSON scheme and so-called RP. They will help us to make sure that the data from different transport types would be in one unified infrastructure of the data share. And the API help in this. So here we are speaking about blockchain. You know, blockchain is quite popular now, but for the blockchain, it is also necessary to have the single or unified or common language so that this would work. And so looking at this slide, you can see how CEFACT will help to reach this goal. Then it's kind of the same. Next slide shows kind of the same idea. Based on the standards and on the development, we can receive different types of data representation on the cargo. So we can receive them as XML and as JSON and as in some other forms. The next slide shows you the structure, data structure. The way they are prepared, I mean the tools that experts have prepared. And it is clear for experts how to do it. So the slide shows the data structure for the railway consignment node, CIM-SMGS. If all transport type documents, the information is presented the way that where we use UN standards on names, on classifiers, on definitions of data elements. If we see this, then we can make sure that there is a smooth transfer of data from one type of transport to the other type of transport. So you can find, for example, the standards for this railway consignment node on the website, which is indicated here on the slide. So this is application of CEFACT. So here I show one of the results of our work. So you see the matrix of different data elements in different transport types and how they coordinate with each other. Sometimes they coincide, sometimes they do not coincide, but if we have the general data set, we will see the following. I mean, this is a seamless data transfer from one transport type and between the sectors. All of this is based on the general standard, which is called the CFACT, UN CFACT, International Supply Chain Reference Data Model Family. So we see the big reference data model, and this reference data model only for multimodal transport. And based on this, we also elaborated the standards for the documents on 5 transport types. I mean consignment notes, bill of lading, and the latest sphere out of these 5. I mean, these are the operational standards. And for example, let's say we are working with IATA. They have already developed their own sectorial document for the air way of bill. And we are also now working on the declaration of the hazardous goods. So we can also use the metrics that I've showed before. So we have this declaration of hazardous goods for different types of transport. The next slide shows. So here we can see different types of communication or data exchange between. I mean, the way how we can do the exchange of data if we use the common standards. Then we were working with our colleagues from Azerbaijan. This is the analysis on how the data from different consignment nodes could move to the systems, customs control systems, based on the data mapping process from transport documents to the regulatory systems, regulatory electronic systems. This is also a very important work, and the European Union is dealing with this now. Then next slide shows you the publication of these standards at the official website of UNCFACT. So yeah, I'm going to finish now my presentation. Now we are looking at the idea of pilot projects on these supply chains through. So the idea of our session is transit through Central Asia. And yes, of course, transit and trade for countries are important issues. And one of the key is that when we have this information exchange, we need to use the common language, common standards.
We call them UN standards, like a public good. And also, we have to take additional efforts on application of these standards in particular documents where we can provide our assistance. And also, we have another part of the work with the legal framework. At this current stage, all these documents have been developed and comply with proper legal acts like conventions and protocols that are related to particular mode of transportation. And we have to make it the next step. And in this regard, we are prepared to work with authorized entities. That is my last slide. Possible pilot projects, and we have discussed it with our colleagues in Kazakhstan and elsewhere, and we'll keep on our meetings. There is a railway between Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and Iran. Maybe also it can run through Caspian Sea to Azerbaijan, so as to create at least one document, a CIM SMGS. And tomorrow we are going to participate together with railway roads on the standards and how the standards can be used. Actually, we are going to have a conference on the 31st of October at Baku. Then this conference will be devoted to the topics that I have discussed with you for speaker countries. And after that, our colleagues from SCATA and from Regional Commission on Pacific region will also organize a seminar on railway transportation on the 2nd and the 3rd November. Actually, I'm dealing with this conference on the 31st of October, and it will be organized in a hybrid mode. If you are interested, I can respond to your questions. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Maybe I have exceeded the time that you allocated to me. No, thank you very much. With the participation of the scope of work that you have done, the fact that you have a little bit exceeded the time frame, it's okay. And according to your statements, we understand that digitalization cannot be accelerated without standardization, and the work which is done by UNSC is very important. And we are at TRASICA level trying to work with the connectivity, data transfer, compatibility of system. All of them are scattered based on type of transportation. Every type of transportation develops the system, and to marry all the system is very difficult. And when we have standards, when we have information, when we have the body of communication, in this case, the work will be accelerated. I would request Mr. Apostle not to switch off and to stay with us. And I believe that at the end of this session, we'll have questions. Please stay with us. And the event in Baku is a separate topic. And with this audience, we have to discuss the topics which are important nowadays. And the next floor will be provided to distinguished Ms. Gita Wexner. She is a representative of Latvia of National Customs Department of Latvia, and she has more than 27 years of experience in Latvian customs. She used to participate in the project New Computerized Transit System, and she has experience of working with national system. And the topic is Transit System of European Union of NCTS, or as we call it, NKTS. Good afternoon. I'm happy to see all of you, and I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to participate in this event and making presentation. I was listening to the previous presentation. It seems to me that my presentation should be changed a little bit, as all the previous presentations were devoted to the future, but system and CTS already exist and allow us to arrange all transport documents in a digital form and to exchange digital communication between the states in the European Union. Well, the use from system and CTS is huge as the system operates online, and all the messages run instantaneously. That decreases the time of transit procedures and customs control, as well as improving customs control, and decreases the costs. Well, when we moved to the system of NCTS, we also had some simplification that were registered in a paper form, but now all these documents are also in a digital form, and some of them are related to transit system, and some of them are the system of transportation. But these multimodal transportation systems are arranged in digital form in Latvia, and also we have one more national simplification for the railroad. The railroad can travel with SIMS and GS, bill of lading, but still organizes transition procedures in the system and CTS. The project is about us. We started the project in 2003. We had external team of 3 persons who were working with NCTS project, and also we had people from Customs Department and Information Unit of State Revenues Department, and now we have a Department of E-Customs. We have 22 persons there, and also we have informations in the service of state revenues. It is kind of our assistance unit. As the stages of development of NCTS system, a standard stage of development of every system. The system is developing and is developed by external developer, and it is constructed in a pilot mode. And then we have 3 stage piloting: pre-conformance, conformance, and international. In Latvia, it is quite easy because it is a testing mean which we receive from EU Commission. We use only our system and we test it against the system of the European Union, and also we have implementation, training, and never-ending process of improvement. On the slide, you see the key milestones of NCTS Latvia development, but the most important thing is that the system is comprising 3 models: model of commercial, customs, and guarantees. So it develops and exists in this way. Here you see a bigger scheme: data exchange of custom systems with other systems, national and international, and also our transit system is also in the scheme, and our transit system can get the data from commercial systems through so-called SOP interface, but we have a software which is developed by State Revenues Department and provided to commercial and businesses for free. They can work with transit procedures without unnecessary costs. And now the commercial model, we have commercial consignor and consignee. As you know, transit procedure starts and ends, and this process goes from the commercial shipper and consignor and consignee. This is how our system looks. You can join the system via password, and also it is possible to connect from the banking point. This is the overview of the system, so as you could have an idea of it. The declaration lives in accordance with the status. It receives dynamic statuses. First it is new, then it keeps on moving to control or to rejection, and then issued to transit. And when the procedure is over, the information is also clearly seen in the module. In the module, you can check the amount of the guarantee of the commercial player. Here you see the functions of commercial consignor. Here we can add cargo documents. The documents can be added in any form. You can add even a video to the system, and every document should not be more than 5 megabytes. And we can add 99 documents to any cargo and arrange declarations for 909 types of goods, which is quite a significant range. So, but declarations are usually short. Here you see the scheme, the scheme of standard procedures. It is different from simplified procedure, which we always apply. The business sends information to commercial system, takes documents, and go to customs. And when the businessman is already recognized, he organizes simplified transit procedure. He would not have to go to customs and submit the goods to the customs post. He is still in his office. He just sends the information in digital form and waits the information from the customs systems, and then print out the declaration and can travel to the point of destination. Commercial consignee has his own functions. The functions are very interesting here because the consignee registers incidents on the way that he may have faced, and as well as other items. They can do on control and send notification on the offload to the customs systems. And on the slide you see how the commercial consignee operates, and here you can see if there is a message. All the messages are numerated and they are unique for every process happening in the customs. Now, the module of a customs officer. Yes, customs operate sometimes, and the customs module includes 6 institutions: sending, transit, application, closure, levies, and guarantees. And also customs system, you may see it on the slide. It is similar to commercial system, but it is the same database and the same interface is used. On the slide, you see the actions of customs, of sending, of departure. It does everything. It registers, it changes the declaration and corrects them if it is needed. It also releases them for the transit. And additional activities, our system is connected to all the other custom modules, and we can register controlled outcomes. And also we can register the model of physical control. It is always available, and you can find pictures on it. So we can apply the entire process of control, and also the number of TIR-CARNET book is checked, as well as the identification number of TIR-CARNET holder is checked. The activities of customs office at destinations do almost the same. They receive cargo register, notification on arrivals, register the incident if any of them happen, makes control of actions, and register control outcomes and responses to the requests. Sometimes transit procedures do not come to its end, and we have the process of sanctioning. And sometimes it happens that there could be deviations in the transit procedures, and the customs of consignee makes proper notes in the declaration, and disclosures and sanctions on these procedures is a task of the shippers customs. And in Latvia, the decision on the closure after investigation is made by responsible persons of the Customs Department of State Revenues Ministry. So the system is centralized, and transit system cannot exist without assistance in Latvia, and this service of support exists since 2004. We have proper guidelines from the Commission of Europe with which we have to follow, and the key task of the support service, you can see them also on the slide. We respond to the questions, we provide consultation.
We are acting as the focal point of this central assistance service in Brussels. We keep the records of these consultations, we test new versions and coordinate the introduction of this new version or implementation. And we also inform our customers about some emergency cases that might happen. Well, speaking about our future, till this time next year, we have to develop the new transit system, which is called NCTS Phase 5. This will be totally new system with new interface. Big data could be registered, and we will have some other, let's say, offices to the customs service, for example, customs office of incident logging, and we are also speaking about the establishment of electronic communication with traders. So we hope that everything will be fine and smooth next year, because the systems that we are using now cannot give us the result that we need in this, let's say, digitalized world now. Thank you so much for your attention. That's it from my side. Thank you. Thank you very much for this detailed information that you shared with us regarding Latvian experience regarding this NCTS system. So you said in the beginning that your presentation will be about the system which is now in the operation, and we are happy to this fact. And now I would like to invite the next speaker who will tell us how this might work in the Central Asian region. Now ADB and their projects are about creating the improved transit system in the countries of Central Asia. Now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Zulfiya Karimova, who is the chief specialist in the international development. She has great experience in different spheres. She has been working with different organizations, regional and international. So she will speak about the initiatives on transit and assistance to the trade. Hello again. I would like to say sorry. My presentation will be in in English, but next time I will do it in Russian. Sorry, I don't know so much the terminology.
Just give you a bigger picture about what ADB does in terms of trade, and then I can focus a little bit more in details on the transit initiatives. So At the CAREC it stands for the Central Asia Regional Economic Program, which covers 11 countries of Central Asia: Georgia, Azerbaijan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Mongolia, and China. So we have a CAREC Integrated Trade Agenda 2030, which is a strategic framework, and or we can call it CETA in short. This CETA is focusing on the enhancing market access by encouraging adoption of more open trade policies and strengthened customs cooperation and integrated trade facilitation. So it was endorsed back in 2018 and aims to assist CAREC member countries to better integrate into the global economy. So CETA has 3 key pillars. Without going into details, I can just say that the first one is really focusing on the increasing market access through open trade policies and lowering trade costs, and especially deepening the customs cooperation, which is a very relevant topic for these workshops, and the different trade facilitation initiatives. So the second pillar, it's more on the enabling environment for economic diversification through different ways, mostly reform, trade financing, and also linking CAREC countries with global and regional value chains. And the third pillar, which is to strengthen institutions for trade or institutional development, it's really focusing more on the improved coordination of sectoral policies and priorities, and also policy-based evidence-based policy making. So we're providing some capacity building with the participating countries and working very closely with the government officials, but also private sector. So CETA interventions, this CAREC Integrated Trade Agenda, we're doing through 3 ways. Mostly it's investment projects. As you know, ADB provides financing in its member countries. Knowledge sharing, we generate but also share knowledge, and also capacity building. We do a lot of policy dialogue and also provide analytical support. So this CETA is anchored on the 3-year RSAP, which is a rolling strategic action plan, which reviews annually, and actually very soon next week we'll be reporting on the regional trade groups, what has been done within this period. So let's move to the next one. And let me very briefly mention to you, since we're talking a lot about the data, but also the trade facilitation. This is one of the flagship programs of Asian Development Bank, CPMM, or if you spell it, Corridor Performance Measurement and Monitoring. So the CPMM is a tool to assess efficiency of the transport corridors. So at each output level, CPMM targets various audiences in delivering its reports. And at first glance, of course, this is the primary target audience by design. It's CAREC member countries, particularly customs administrations, departments of roads, the transport people. And CPMM is actually designed to highlight key trade facilitation issues along the CAREC corridors. So we look at the what causing the delays, unnecessary costs, including unofficial payments, including border crossing points, intermediate points, and stops, and so on. And we also use CPMM as a quite valuable tool for businesses, which are active in international trade, and we cooperate very closely with the private sector on this. So, and the second is the CPMM helps policy-making bodies, including ADB and other international partners and development partners, to determine where and how to address those bottlenecks. So our annual CPMM reports offer several very practical recommendations, including a development of, for example, transportation infrastructure or soft infrastructure, and specific policy reforms, and increasing value of CPMM actually also identifying investment needs. So we know and we can measure project performance using the baseline data. So CPMM recommendations also included, in order to highlight specific needs for the procedural and administrative reforms. I think we've been already discussing this in the morning, and also for the much broader policy interventions. So the CPMM data has a potential of evaluating and measuring impact of policy interventions. And we have launched several knowledge products. Just recently, we did a 10-year publication, which is almost done. But this is really to summarize all the achievements and also key challenges which we encountered within the last 10 years. And this is very unique set of data, actually, because even now, even World Bank is asking us to provide this data because it comes from the ground, and this is very much useful to measure the trade facilitation and also looking at specific issues. Anyway, so now let me move to the key topic of this session, which is the transit. So under CAREC program, the transit is identified as a major development area in the CAREC region. And you know why, right? Because we have so many double or landlocked countries, so it's natural. Improving transit procedures of individual countries is very key to connectivity and overall competitiveness of the region. The CAREC program developing prototype project called CAREC Advanced Transit System, or CATS, and Information Common Exchange, or ICE. We just call it CAI/ICE. So it's a priority activity under CETA, CAREC Integrated Trade Agenda 2030, and Rolling Strategic Action Plan for 2021-2023. So just tell you a little bit about CATS/ICE. Its design is a regional, harmonized electronic system for the control of movements of goods in transit through CAREC member states. So it is designed to provide options for the establishment of the effective and affordable customs transit regime that complements existing transit system like TRIR. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel, we're trying to complement and improve. So this is a very important message. So it also aims to help trade flow smoothly and efficiently across the borders, enhance CAREC region's position in a dynamic global and regional value chain. So the key objectives, as outlined in the slide, through CATS and ICE, we're really aiming to help trade flow smoothly across the border, and enhancing CAREC region's position is already mentioned in the global value chain, but also provide regional customs-to-customs transit information exchange platform. So it's an electronic, comprehensive, it's called holistic, and also regional scale customs guarantee mechanism. And we have initiated pilot project in Baku. This was in December 2016. Representatives of 3 countries, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Kazakhstan, signed aid memoir, so they already expressed their intention to develop the work plan for implementation of the pilot scheme. The pilot project refers to the installation and operation of the CATS ICE in Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Kazakhstan, and the objectives of this pilot is really to test the system, identify necessary adjustments, and support implementation in identified border crossing points to facilitate transit operations. Okay, so, and these slides is just very briefly what this would be supporting. I mean, CATS ICE will be supporting. So it's a seamless cross-border passage of goods, and we really want to focus on the reducing trade transaction cost by, first, creating single electronic regional transit system. Again, I'm repeating this, it's regional and it's single, it's a common system. So streamlining and harmonizing existing transit documentation, so, which was also in line with what was proposed earlier and what UNESC is also doing in terms of standardization. Also providing modern, risk-based, affordable guarantee mechanism that rewards compliant traders. So CATS ICE is characterized by 2 critical features. First is the ability to vary the guarantee levels considering the risks. So again, it's risk management principle here. Those risks posed by individual transit operators. And second, the facility to guarantee multiple transit movements over designated period. So these are consistent with international best practice being promoted by the WTO Agreement on Trade Facilitation and the World Customs Organization Transit Guidelines. This is why CATS ICE meets the requirement of modern custom operations and addresses challenges, especially faced by the smaller and medium-sized operators, which is very relevant in our region, in the CAREC region, who are not covered by existing international transit guarantee systems such as TIR. So the CATS is also aligned with the European Union common transit procedure supported by the new computerized transit system, NCTS, which will help participating countries connect more easily with the European Union markets. And the implementation of CATS ICE will strategically support customs located at the borders to facilitate legitimate trade while protecting the supply chain from security breach by criminal and terrorist organizations. It is identified a priority activity under the CAREC Integrated Trade Agenda 2030 and its 3-year rolling strategic action plan 21-23. Okay, here is the just short outline what has been done under the ongoing pilot of the CATS ICE. And since 2017, ADB organized 5 workshops and numerous consultations to support the implementation of CATS ICE pilot project. As already mentioned, prototype CATS system has been developed. In early discussion, 3 working groups were established in each participating country. And last year, the 20th CAREC Customs Cooperation Committee meeting, which was held in September 2021, 2 countries, Azerbaijan and Georgia, confirmed their willingness to join pilot phase and encouraged more countries to join. And recently, in last August, we had a very good workshop for CAREC countries in Singapore, where other countries like Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan also expressed very keen interest to participate, in addition to Kazakhstan, of course. So the transit regime will operate through a regional agreement that will be signed by participating countries. And when successfully implemented, CATS ICE will help Central Asia countries participate in the global value chain that are most dynamic segment of the 21st century global economy. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a great presentation. Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Actually, you do a lot of work and the system is very important. It is one of the projects that can be implemented. And this is the acceleration of digitalization and to trade facilitation. And we have to note that it takes a system of EU as a basis and CTS system. Actually, the systems are compatible and we have only to wish you successes, and with that, we are prepared to provide maximum of efforts based relatively to your pilot that you have mentioned. And if other Central Asian country join and start applying the system, it will be great, and we are prepared to provide support, especially considering current geopolitical situation when cargo flows are reoriented. It was very interesting. We were talking about issues of simplification and customs procedures, custom data exchange. And the next speaker will share about the projects which are aimed to digitalization of transportation and transportation processes. The topic is digital solutions for transportation. I will be happy to invite Jumagul Kudyarova, Director of the Department of IT of Kazakhstan KTZ Express. She is the head of the project initiated in Kazakhstan Timirzhali. Actually, not KTZ Express, but in KTZ. So the floor is yours. Good afternoon, and I would like to thank the organizers of the USAID for the opportunity to talk to you today. I am the head of a uniform digital window at KTZ, and I would like to tell you about the opportunities of digital solutions applied in the implementation of this project. As you may know, now we are transiting to digitalization, and the international community set itself the task to strengthen national compatibility, which is applicable to digitalization, integration, and bring us to investment, attracted investments and increase in international trade. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous because it's my first time of speaking to the public. Considering this fact, the key objective is to regulate, control, and coordinate the activities. We would like to use консультанты start implementation uniform digital window so as to establish all commercial functions of subsidiaries in at the same point so as to simplify the opportunity for to carry out transportations all over Kazakhstan for the clients. And on top of platform unified digital window, we have also mobile apps and uniform contact centers that will provide informational support. All this is done to improve the competitiveness of Kazakhstan Semir and improve the transparency of relations with the client, and also we would like to improve our focus on the client. As the key preconditions is a lack of uniform digital space at transit route and also in Kazakhstan in general. We observe some developments in the system of development of transport documents. We did not have pre-arrival information systems in time-to-time format. And also the information transparency was lacking, which is very bad thing for a client, especially nowadays. And we had a lot of various regulations, as colleagues already mentioned. We have to apply uniform standards, and we hope that we use these uniform standards at our platform. When the client addressed us, and you see it in the client, when the client addressed and wanted to do transportation, they did not know where to address. We have railroad, we have subsidiaries that provides transportations all over Kazakhstan. Single window is a digitalization component as a part of transport logistics. With a single window, we can do transportation or request calculation of rates, application in subsidiaries of Kazakhstan Semir and also plan to connect operators and suppliers and interaction with governmental agencies. This project is aimed to simplification of application for the client. It is improvement of a focus on client, transparency, simplicity of operations of all the participants, the process, implementation of paper-free process. We want to turn to paper-free format of documenting and resolution of the problems of accounts payable and accounts receivable for those who are going to connect to our platform. Online payments, minimization of funds, notification, and rapid feedback. And the outcome is improvement of the level of service and competitiveness of railway of Kazakhstan, reduction of transactional costs, operational revenues on the increase of client base and digital services. The digital platform will allow us to avoid duplication, non-efficient costs, and would allow the community to use services via mobile apps and to improve the interaction with the clients. Equal access in single window is one of the positions on my position of digital window, providing a complete portfolio of services of subsidiaries of Kazakhstan Semir and opportunities to integrate platform to platform, as many big organizations create their own platforms, and in the future we plan to connect other suppliers to a uniform digital window. As it has mentioned, blockchain technology is actually organized in a project of efficient logistics and transit, where we are going to apply blockchain, and also we have planned to integration with railway administrations of other countries of the entire transportation process. We want to cover ports, dry ports, and maritime ports on top of the railway roads, as we could see the location of a cargo in the entire way of movement. Program solutions for identification of bottlenecks. I think it will be significant advantage for our management because it is a time of digitalization, data analysis is being done, databases are used, and models are constructed for the expansion and resolution of bottleneck problems. And I would like to also to note that Kazakhstan commercially in 2021 already implemented the testing improvement using blockchain at the route Karaganda-Almaty and Karaganda didn't check. And also we have to mention that despite of digitalization of railway industry, we still remember that the railway transport plays a key role, including the reduction of emissions of carbons and reduction of negative impact on the environment. We plan to introduce measurements with tariff calculators of CO2, and these indicators will be also presented us as a platform. And I would like to close with a very nice slide that transportation process requires changes, and step by step it changes the habits. Changing the habits will reach more. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. If you did not tell us that it is your first presentation, we would think that you have very extensive practice of public speaking because you were brilliant. I think that the issues of efficient logistics, smooth transit are very important issues in the sphere of digitalization, especially for the company that in the nearest future will be turned to a national transport and logistics company. For them, this project will be one of the key projects, and I would like you to wish any possible successes in this way. So, distinguished participants of the first part of the session, and I hope that you'll present also the second part of the session. The first part is coming to its end, and we still have an opportunity to ask questions and get responses. Our speakers are prepared. They have made their presentations. And if you have any questions from the audience, you are welcome to ask them. We have a working mic. So if the request is introduce yourself and ask your question. Please, Mike. Thank you once more for the presentations. Customs Administration to Georgia. I would like to ask you the following. We received a very interesting presentation from Mr. Saparbek Tasov. The question is addressed to you. Do you have any developments from your colleagues? Do you have any experience of your colleagues from Trans-Caspian region? You were talking about digitalization of documents, CMR, and railway bills. Do you have any projects that provides for exchange of this data, exchange of these documents, so as we could have a platform where economic operators could exchange this information and exchange these documents? It's the first. And my second part of the question is, addressed to Zulfiya Karimova. She was talking about cat's eyes, and as Ms. Kita Fixner said, actually, NCTS is changing itself. It's a fifth phase. It means that we can count that cat's eyes system will be also improved and upgraded, and it will be organized in some way. Thank you. Thank you very much for your question. As you may know, in summer this year, we started working on the roadmap between the four countries, Turkey, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Kazakhstan, on the development until 2027 of Trans-Caspian International Transport Corridor. Within this roadmap, we include exchange of the informational data also with Georgia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, and Kazakhstan. I'll repeat the names of the countries. In the sense we are working, we still have to resolve some technical issues. And I believe that in the nearest future, the documents is almost ready. We'll submit it for approval by 4 ministers of transport, and this document will become public. And all the questions that you are interested in, you'll see stage by stage which levels will be achieved, and when we will be able to exchange information freely and smoothly in this corridor. Thank you very much. Please. Yes, Mr. Orisia, the thing is, we have some delays, as you may know. We have signed an intention agreement or aid memoir, and as soon as the pilot is at its final stage, when 3 or more countries subscribe to it, yes, we have done our home task, but the time is changing, the situation is changing, and everything is updated and improved. And it's natural that our system will be also updated because we want to have our project as a very relevant project, because the entire system for modernization of customs service should be relevant. Thank you. So considering that it is already the 5th phase of your pilot, so you're jumping immediately to the phase 5. So you make your way shorter, and we definitely support it. The only thing I would like to add is you have a listed TRASICA member states, and I would like to say that within TRASICA, application of particular platform is also considered, especially of CIMS and GS. We can also organize a pilot in terms of application of CIMS and GS in TRASICA countries. We have organized a session of the working group, and the second one is planned for January.
And we are going to sign the document on piloting. So we have also SMR is also interesting topic. I guess we will have time to discuss it. In the next part, we have less speakers, and I guess we will have more time for the discussion. So now the only thing that I wanted... just briefly, I would like to add, I'm very happy that it was a good opportunity for me to speak about it. I see lots of initiative at countries, at the regions. And speaking about TRASIC, I just want to say that we need to unite our efforts and to make it in a coordinated way, because everyone is playing its own role, but all together we will have better results. So thank you. Yes, one of the messages that we have today is that we need to work in a coordinated manner. Not only we need to work with all financial institutions, because in all countries we see the implementation of different projects. In some countries, these projects have already been implemented. Why not to take these projects and scale up in here? International institutions also have different initiatives, and maybe, yes, we need to cooperate all together. Maybe we need to check all of these so that not to duplicate the same projects. And we think to move forward in a more coordinated way to have it efficiently. And our today's session proves that our countries are moving, the digitalization is moving, we work in different directions, and I guess that in the second part of our session we will have more presentations where you will see the broad range of these topics. Now I would like maybe to have 1 or 2 more questions, and with this we are going to finish our first part of session 2. Any other questions from our audience? Okay, there are no questions from the audience. Okay, I want to ask Ms. Gita. You were saying about phase 5 of NCTS. In my opinion, this phase 5 has been launching in March last year and will continue up to 2025. Yes, December 23, this is the end of phase 5. What about the next phase? It will be in 2025. Why it is important? Because phase 6 will include electronic TIR, right? Because in our country we are dealing with ETIR, but if we cannot use this TIR to Europe so that it would be recognized by NCTS, we also need to understand it when you have the next phase 6, so that we would also have some kind of orientation. And we have Maria Apostolov with us. Again, we are happy that you are here with us. I want to ask a question to you. So, taking into account your experience and your work that you have been doing, speaking about, so how do you see the practical implementation of ESMR? You have identified all these standards, you defined everything, but we see something is missing so that this would start to work. What it is needed to do so that to start electronic CMR? And we do the pilot project, but we do not see results. Thank you. Thank you so much for your question. Well, first of all, I would like to note, well, I'm really sorry that I cannot be there with you offline. Just recently, we finished plenary session with effect, and I had to participate there, and I have some other meetings this week. So next time, I will try to participate personally, because such meetings are very useful. So you are saying about application or about pilot projects on I guess. Okay, let us stay in contact. And before we need to use this standard for using different transport type, so that to have this interoperability. This is the main aim of our work. And your question about ECMR, well, first of all, this is the other department that is dealing with, this is the transport department that works with convention, and they have the specific document protocol. This protocol speaks about, says that it would be good to have the electronic version of this system, CMR, because it is connected with customs system. And CMR is a business document. It's kind of a contract between the trader and the transporting company. And there are different ideas on how to apply it. Speaking about trade facilitation, who will apply? So if somebody wants to have these pilot projects, they need to check standards that were developed and published on CFACT website. On the other hand, there are different views on it and on the implementation. For example, we can think about the system like ETR, or maybe we can just think about standard application. So if there is a system, then our colleagues in European Economic Union, the Commission, they can use the standards that have already been developed. So there are different discussions, and yes, it's right when you said that there are some challenges. But speaking about whether it should be centralized system or whether this should be done through different pilot projects, from our point of view, in any cases, you can use these standards, and any organizations that want to use it, actually, we are ready to provide some advice and some expert support. Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. So, dear participants, with this, I guess we are finishing our first part. We have the question from the audience, so please let us stay a little bit more. The question is more to Ms. Romagul, to you, and to you, Zulfia. You see, you all know about the relevant issue of agri-industrial complex. The presidents everywhere, when we have the commission at the ISA-Cool, they said that we need to consolidate all our resources that we have in our Central Asian regions, including agrarian and industrial complex. We need to ensure food security. So based on this, the decision was made to create the network of border hubs. We all know that in Kazakhstan there is a digitalization of warehouse facilities and so on. In Uzbekistan, there is such work. In Kyrgyzstan as well, they do it, I know. So, in your opinion, how these instructions of our heads of state were implemented? Are there any working groups on creating one digital platform in this case? Are there any common efforts, or we are dealing with it locally, each country on its level? Because if we do it locally, each country on its own level, we will not see any effect. If we create unified platform, digital platform of border hubs, and if we unite it with custom services, then it would be super project and super program. So, could you tell me, are there any movements ahead, or it's just at this high level? Yeah, it's quite complicated question, but please, who wants to reply? Thank you so much for your question. I'm sorry, I'm not competent. I'm not an expert here because I'm dealing with a single digital window, and I just work with my information. I cannot tell you now about the working groups, but I can reassure you that all the tasks that is set to us by the government, by our head of state, we are trying to implement all of this. I also cannot give you the exact answer, but I can say that the problem that you mentioned is really relevant, and I guess it's not only here at our region, but also on the global level. So when we say food insecurity and so on. And so nowadays, this is one of the main issues and hot topics. What we do now at our organization, we have different initiatives connected with agrarian sector. It's not really my field, and I cannot say exactly, but speaking about trade relations, we have our working group at the level of these countries that coordinates the actions of sanitary, phytosanitary norms, and we want to have it in a coordinated level on the regional level. We know that there is such problem. We know that perishable goods is, again, the top of these challenges for us. But I guess that we need to, all of the countries and international donors shall cooperate their efforts, including ADB and other partners. So for the moment, I cannot say what measures are being implemented, but in our team, we are working with sanitary and phytosanitary certificates. In Uzbekistan, I know that they are dealing with this issue quite well. They have electronic certification, e-certification. They can do it very fast. They process all this very fast. And this experience has been taken. We also have done several workshops, several sessions, so that later we would disseminate this experience and this knowledge among other countries. Thank you so much for your question. I guess that it is a very relevant topic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, with this, let me finalize our first part. Now I declare coffee break, 15 minutes of coffee break. So, dear friends, at 4:15, in 17 minutes, I will be waiting to see you here.
Distinguished participants of the panel session, let us continue. We successfully completed the first part of the session, and it is proposed to complete the second part of the session with the same success. In this session, we will discuss and consider the opportunities and problems of Trans-Caspian route, and we also find out about the preparedness of Kazakhstan to paperless trade, and also we will cover the issues of trade facilitation, about experience of Georgia, and also we are going to have a special part for Q&As. In general, we have 1 hour and 20 minutes to complete the session, and I hope we'll succeed. With your permit, I would like to introduce the first speaker. He is a consultant on transport and logistics from Singapore, Mr. Max E. He has 23-year experience of supply chain management, trade facilitation, procedures, and transboundary logistics. This year, Max carried out the survey of Trans-Caspian route and compared its efficiency with other options and identified the key problems and recommendations. This project is supported by USA, which inspires us a lot. Max E., the floor is yours. The topic is a survey on Trans-Caspian corridor.
Thank you, Mr. Assad, for the introduction, and thank you to the organizers for this invitation. This project actually comes in very timely. Last year in 2021, before all this conflict and regional developments happened, right, there was actually the TCA project team, previously it was known as CDJ, saw the need for the increased development at the Caspian region. So with that, last year we carried some studies, and those formed the baseline for this year continued study on the Caspian region, right, or what we call the Trans-Caspian International Transport Route. So with this, I'd like to proceed and report on our key findings and some conclusions, right, and we are still actually in the midst of another section of the study. So for those of you who are not very familiar with this region, right, there are actually a few routes when we talk about the Caspian region, right, connecting Central Asia with Caucasus. In our 2021 concept design, we have identified 3 key routes. The Route 1 and Route 2 actually forms what we call the Caspian crossing or the Caspian International Transport Route. The first route is from Aktau, Kurik to Baku. So this is what we call the Kazakhstan route, right? And it involves crossing the Caspian Sea. The second route is through Turmanbashi Seaport. This is through Turkmenistan, right? And it will go to Baku as well. So note that Route 1 and Route 2, these are bilateral directions, right? Now, there's actually another route, which is the overland route. Technically, it's not the Trans-Caspian, because it goes through from Central Asia to Kazakhstan, to Russia, and come down to Caucasus. So with that overland route, is actually very popular when we talk to the private sector transport operators, like from Uzbekistan, and this is simply because of the cost competitiveness, right? Our study actually provided some evidence to indicate that the overland route is actually much more cost competitive, right? Based on the data in 2021. But of course, things have changed since we came into 2022. Now, in the May period of this year, from the 16th to 23rd, right, there was actually a joint site visit and travel study tour organized by Triseca. Mr. Assad was there, leading the delegation, as well as USAID. So in these trips, actually, we studied 4 ports: Aktau, Kurik, Aliyat or Baku, and Batumi. So in this trip, we have consultations, panel discussions, and a few visits. Just want to highlight the geography, right? You can see on the map at the Caspian region, we have Aktau and Kurik. Kurik is slightly nearer to Baku, right? And of course, Temenbashi below. On average, it will take just between 1 day, maximum 2 days, right, to sail through the sea. However, this region is also famous for the unpredictable weather. So departures can actually be delayed because of the bad weather. Now, in what we call the middle corridor, after crossing the Caspian Sea, there is a section through Azerbaijan and Georgia, right? And they will enter the Black Sea region. So from there, for example, the truck or the shipment will go to Batumi Porti, right? And it will then sail through the seaports on the other side, which can land in Varna in Bulgaria or Constanța in Romania. So basically, this gives you the geographical overlay of how the middle corridor works. Now, based on the port visits and our analysis, right, we actually have a few observations based on the table, right? All these are official statistics that you can see. You can see first at the different seaports, what are the different overall capacity in million tons, right? As well as the container capacity in 20 equivalent unit or the 20-foot containers. So very quick observation based on the actual throughput until 2021. There were a lot of complaints about congestion, right? But is overutilization a problem? Actually, based on our analysis, it is not, right? The seaports are actually underutilized. If we look at the capacity and based on the actual throughput, the estimated utilization at Caspian seaports is on average between 20 to 35%. And at the Black Sea ports is between 30 to 50%, right? And because of the transit cargoes, there's a lot of transit cargoes that land in Porti and Batumi, bound for Central Asia. So the container throughput at Batumi and Porti are actually higher. So why is there so much interest in Caspian Sea now, and why were there complaints about the long shipment times? So we formed a few hypotheses, right, that namely, number one, the conflict in Ukraine has actually resulted in diversion of traffic for shippers that want to avoid the Russian transit. Number two, there are delays because of constraints in some critical resources, right? And we'll explain what are those later. And three, the time and the cost play a very important part in the routing decisions. Whether people will use the Caspian region, the time and cost play a very, very important part. So based on our concept design, we actually surveyed 60 commercial samples, right? And the project team, core members like Ms. Larissa here from the TLP, Mr. Yelan from Cars Logistics, actually conducted a wide study from commercial samples of 60, right, in this year, and we compared with 2021 baseline. 5 key observations. 1, the Trans-Caspian crossings were slower this year, right? It's actually much slower this year. Number 2, the overland route is faster than the Trans-Caspian, right? Meaning if the truck avoids crossing by boats, it goes around by land, it's actually faster. Number 3, overland route was half the cost of using Trans-Caspian, right? It's actually, it could be 2 times or 3 times cheaper. And 4th, in terms of the direction of traffic, there is significant difference, right? From the Turkey, Caucasus to Central Asia, it actually costs more in shipment costs, all right, than the other way around, right? And I think this could be explained by the much more volume of trade moving from the west to the east, right, versus vice versa. Number 5, the road shipments were faster than rail shipments, right? And the road shipments were actually 5 times more expensive, okay? So when we compare road shipments, actually we are looking at ton per kilometer, because they are different origin destinations. So we have to normalize and standardize the unit of basis as the cost per ton kilometer. So these are some of the key findings for this year. And I'd like to highlight some of the key challenges in why people do not favor Trans-Caspian crossings. There are actually more than these reasons, but these are some of the main ones. Now, in terms of resource constraints, first, we have constraints at the seaport, especially in terms of the cranes, right? At the Aktau Seaport, for example, there are still some 10 tons crane. And if you have a 60-ton cargo, you need to have more time spent on moving the cargoes around. Number two, I think very importantly is actually the constraint in the vessel capacity. Before May, before May, there were 2 ships servicing the Aktau Kurik to Baku route, and obviously that were not enough because of the huge influx of cargoes and containers. So May and June, we saw a severe situation, but now the backlog has more or less cleared because Kasmot Transfloat, the national vessel operator, has deployed more ships to relieve the situation, right? We also have identified some of the other port-related constraints like limitations in shipbuilding, repair, maintenance services, the shallow draft, water draft, right, or the depth of the water at the seaports, especially in winter, which means that the bigger ships cannot be deployed to move the cargoes. There's also a serious constraint on the access to capital, right, for private investment. Now, Turkmenistan on number 6, transit challenges. Turkmenistan actually has a very big seaport, 400,000 TEUs port capacity. But you know that there are some operational constraints, like you need to get a visa. Even for neighboring countries, you need to get a visa, right? Now, on the other matter about number 7, the fare structure. Actually, this, I think, could be a perception problem because a lot of the private sector said that, oh, it's hard, it's complex to use the Trans-Caspian route, right? The fares are complicated. It's not only expensive, it's complicated, right? This is where perhaps KTZ Express can actually come in and offer a kind of a simplified fare because KTZ Express do have that facility, but I think there's maybe a communication gap, right? So these are some of the challenges we identified, and coming to the recommendations, right? Broadly speaking, the solutions actually would be either demand-side driven, that means increasing the demand, right? Because what happens after the conflict in Ukraine has settled down, right? Will we still see the increased cargo flow? If not, additional investment in building the Trans-Caspian seaports would actually go into waste. So we need to have the demand-side solution. We also need to have the supply-side solution in, for example, optimizing the process capacity in the seaports, right? In the trains, in the whole supply chain. So on the demand side, when we're looking at things like the Aktau Special Economic Zone, one of the things that comes out is actually on this iron and steel supply chain. Now, you know that in Kazakhstan actually exports a lot of steel-related metals, right? Many of them in raw form, even scrap metal. So now with the global pandemic and the need to shorten supply chain, right, and to develop the shipping industry, there's actually a need to relook at the certain industry policies, right? So we actually advocate developing the iron and steel industry, and as well as even for railway transport. Every year, KTZ have to buy many rail platforms, wagons, right? And this actually requires steel. The factory in Ukraine is disrupted, right, for now, because that was one of the sources for supplying all these rail platforms and rail cars to Kazakhstan, but that has been disrupted, right? The second thing is to attract the financing, right? Attracting financing is actually difficult, and many overseas investors have concerns, but this is also timely to relook at how can we attract overseas investments and maybe coordination between the donor organizations. Today we have ADB here, Triseca, and also our team has talked to the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. So there's actually a lot of interest, and I think this tailwind should provide some kind of coordinated policy to attract additional investment and developing the local capital markets, like for example, establishing a port trust fund or a real estate industry investment fund or REIT. And the third part is the idea of a port community system, a PCS, right, actually was advocated in Kazakhstan as early as 2017. But so far, when we interview with the port authorities, when we talk to the private sector, there's still a lot of what we call email, all right? Email here and calls and maybe telegram messages. One example, when we were in the Baku in May, right, this is feedback from Azerbaijan Caspian shipping company, ESCO, and said that there were times where shippers have a change in shipment details, like the kind of cargoes or the quantities or the consigning information, right? ASCO actually changed the information, but the information change is not relayed downstream. So when Azerbaijan Railways, ADY, took over the cargoes, right, they still have their old incorrect data, right? And obviously there is certain gaps missing, right? And I think in the past panel, we have talked about the need to have a regional integration of information platform or information systems. So now, until now, at the Caspian region, we do not have a comprehensive solution for exchanging information between the shippers to the port authorities, right? Between port authorities, let's say Baku and Aktau, right? And between the different stakeholders, because this is a multimodal transport, we need to communicate to the railways as well. We need to communicate with international freight forwarders. We need to convey to other different partners. So I think this is where I like to end off by all these observations that there is definitely a tremendous interest in this Caspian region now. But if nothing is done, I think this is a crisis that is wasted, right? So with that, I'd like to thank you. Thank you, Mr. Assad, and thank you to USAID. Thank you to the Trade Central Asia. We are still continuing the study, and perhaps we can furnish more updates, right, at the end of this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Благодарим вас.
Thank you so much. We would like to thank you for this comprehensive assessment, for your recommendations, for your comments. This was very useful information for all of us. I also would like to thank you. As Maxi has just mentioned, we were able to demonstrate the advantages of our corridor. I mean, the Caspian, Azerbaijan, Georgia route, and then Turkey, and then Black Sea. However, there are also disadvantages, and I want to say that right now our countries, related countries, have been working to resolve this, and the representative of the ministry has said that there is a specific action plan that they are working with. Yes, we see that the big cargo flow is now redirected. We still see some challenges, but I'm glad to know that countries, in coordination with each other, are doing this work and putting all their efforts so that to eliminate all these bottlenecks. On my side, I would like to thank USAID program for the support of this, let's say, road show. I want to thank Larisa Kislikova for this partnership, for elaboration, for the initiative, for the organization. Kaz Logistics in Kazakhstan, Mr. Yerlan represents this. We all work in cooperation, and representative of Central Asian countries. They went through this route because the traditional route had some problems, and many actually used to use this traditional route, and this new route was unusual for many participants. But at that time, we managed to provide our feedback, and we showed the opportunities of this corridor, of this route. You gave very good recommendations for Kazakhstan, but now I would like to suggest to continue this topic, and now we are going to speak about the facilitation measures, trade facilitation measures, trade development measures, what Kazakhstan is doing now. I would like to invite you to speak about Kazakhstani efforts now, and I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, who is the deputy of the chairman, deputy of the general director of the Joint Stock Company Center of Trade Policy, Center of Development of Trade Policy, Trade, Mr. Nurlan Kulbatyrov. He participated in the development of such documents as Strategic Plan of the Development of Kazakhstan till 2025, the scheme of the rational placement of production facilities. He worked with many documents, and he has good experience, and he has been managing different issues in cooperation with OECD, WTO, and so on. And the topic of his speech is the preparedness of Kazakhstan to paperless trade. Good day, dear participants. So this forum, from the very beginning, we are speaking about paperless trade, and actually there are tools that could diagnose the preparedness of the country. And I know that these tools are used in Pacific Asian regions, and actually trade experts from different countries work annually so that to improve the methodology. And I would like to note that the Ministry of Trade in general does a lot in recent years and discusses the issues. And today we were speaking about transport and logistic infrastructure, and we were speaking about trade issues. And for the first time, our ministry started to do this trade and transport balance, because before we considered this issue separately, but now we do all of this in a more coordinated way. And there is a good tool. I mean, there is a National Committee on Trade Facilitation within. This is our commitment for the joining the WTO and all state bodies participating in this sphere, not only state bodies, but also different business associations. I would like to speak now about the tool. Last year, jointly with ESCATA, we did the research of legal and technical preparedness of Kazakhstan to paperless trade, cross-border paperless trade. In year 2019, Kazakhstan did this work, Azerbaijan did it last year, and this year we published the results. And right now we are finishing, let's say, the Kyrgyz Republic is also working on this project. So in general, briefly, I want to speak about the main and key recommendations about the readiness of Kazakhstan. The feature of this study is that we also check the business attitude to all of these issues. So the report has already been posted at ESCATO website. Within this technical readiness, we have studied jointly with ESCATA experts the security, capacity building, data harmonization, standardization, governance body, business process re-engineering, level of automation, technology, infrastructure. You know, the first part of the session, Mr. Mario Apostolov also mentioned some of these moments, and also in the morning we covered several of them. Speaking about legal readiness, we speak about privacy and data protection, then legal regulation, electronic evidences, dispute settlement, general principles, liability issues, cross-border aspects, electronic signatures, and the regulatory issues. Let me now speak about the main moments here. As you see from this slide, virtually complete absence of legal norm on cross-border paperless trade. It doesn't mean that we have nothing, but actually nowadays the legal framework has just elements of some. I mean, there is no the holistic document as in many Asian countries where they fully transferred to this cross-border paperless trade. Lack of special rules for the use of electronic communications in commerce. So nowadays, Kazakhstan is doing the first steps, and we recognize the electronic documents, GovKZ. We just started, but still for cross-border trade, we need also to do the recognition to the state bodies from private structures. I also would like to mention that there are some difficulties in the use of electronic digital signature, and we need to improve the way the information is presented. So within the framework of this activities, there were some specific recommendations on legal readiness, for example, to modernize or to revisit the law on electronic documents and electronic digital signature, and to revise some corresponding rules. Then we need to use different ways for verification of the clients. This is also one of the tools and recommendations within this activity, and we need to adopt the law. The cyber security, information security, and privacy protection, all these issues, they are considered by different documents and in different parts. And within this part, we recommend to elaborate one law that would cover all these issues, and not only, you know, the declarative part that the state is able or is liable to provide the security in this area. Then we need to speak. Okay, let us take Kazakhstan example. Who will be responsible for paperless trade? You know, we have the State Revenue Committee, we have the Ministry of Trade, we do have separate structures, for example, national company where the data is stored. There are some national certifying centers, but nowadays we do not have the one-stop shop or single window for paperless trade. We do not have it for the moment, and we can say that it is like indefinite the role of the body that will be responsible for this. Then we see that the trade rates could be considered in the Ministry of Trade, but then if we look at the functionality, at the mandate of powers, we see that partially maybe the State Revenue Committee and the Ministry of Justice also responsible for these issues. And also, speaking about the report that we were preparing, you know, in the report we could see already that we see the weak interdepartmental coordination. But it's not a criticism, you know, it's just the observations that we have identified. And as expert mentioned today, that everybody is working on its own issues and sphere, but we do not have one umbrella organization that would be responsible in general for the cross-border paperless trade. This is a fact. Within the technical readiness, one of the main steps for Kazakhstan is to join the trade facilitation or cross-border paperless trading system within our Asian Pacific region. So we have elaborated the action plan within our work. We are not criticizing the state bodies. We just recommend the state bodies to work and to do some action so that to comply with the main principles of this agreement. And I want to say that after we have conducted a specific survey, so after the research, there was a, the specific survey how business relate to all this digital transformation. And I want to note that business people highlighted three main points: high financial expenses, then weak awareness of small and medium enterprises about changes in the rules and processes, and also the weak involvement of small and medium enterprises in the elaboration of laws and regulations. And it's not only in Kazakhstan. I mean, these challenges are for all Central Asian countries. If we study all these previously made studies and researches, we would see that these issues of regulation of cross-border trade, they go from top to the bottom, not from the bottom to the top. This is what we are discussing now. You know, there were lots of questions from the audience about queuing, about digitalization. This is the people that speak from the bottom, from their daily activities. So, and I also would like to note to highlight the other work jointly with the government, Castrade, and International Trade Center. We have launched the trade portal Kazakhstan, where we have step-by-step detailed description of business processes related to trade. So we cover now 50 types of goods: export, import, and transit. And I want to say that the pioneers in the launching of this portal, I mean, the first country was Tajikistan, the pioneer in this area, then Kyrgyz Republic, then Kazakhstan, and right now, by the end of this year, we are expecting the launch of the Uzbekistan trade portal. And this will help our exporters and importers to know all these steps during export, import, transit, and I guess that this is the basis for the predictable trade policy. Because before, usually, due to frequent changes in the laws and regulations, many trade experts were saying that our region is unpredictable trade region. But now I can say that we made a great step forward, and we kind of harmonized this trade issue in the regions. And I guess now I see that experts are saying that paperless trade could take from 3 to 5 years, and I guess that by 2030, all our region will be fully paperless with regard to all, or I mean, in compliance with all standards. So thank you so much. That's it from my side.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. And it seems to me that this survey appeared very useful to understand our current position and where we are moving both technically and legally, so as we have to understand our capacities. And it seems that everything is available, but nobody is responsible. It is very good that you have carried out this survey, and that inspires me that you have the plan of action. And actually, we have a small thing to do to implement this plan, and we'll hope that somewhere by 2030 we will transfer to paperless trade. Actually, it is important that we have touched upon the topic of connectivity. If Kazakhstan will be ready and other countries of the region, will they be ready to transfer to paperless trade again? It is the issue of coordination are also very important, but I think we'll touch upon this topic in the Q&A session. We have listened about Kazakhstan. Now we propose the approach to simplification of procedures and border crossing in Georgia. Let us listen to experience of Georgia. I would like to introduce the head of the Department of International Relations of the Service of National Revenues of Georgia, Mr. Samson Uridia. He is the head of the department, and he is a line expert in the Department of Development, PMCG. So Mr. Uridia was dealing with the issues of regulation with international tax and customs services related to transboundary trade and creation of risk reduction plans. We're happy to welcome you, and we hope that you can hear us. And the topic of the presentation will be related to acceleration of digitalization. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you. Could you please put my presentation on the screen? So based on what I have made my first presentation in English and I didn't receive any questions, it means that everything is clear. So let me make a presentation in Russian. And you know that customs is usually has to change everything, but we also cannot do it very fast. We have to get adapted. But sorry if I make some grammar errors in Russian language, please forgive me. When we are talking about transit, and Mr. Max was talking about visa problems, in Trans-Caspian corridor. So what we can do here, you understand that we are customs, so we have our own competences, and unfortunately, it is not related to supports, but we have a complete competences in terms of checkpoints. I'm talking about automobile or trucks checkpoints. My presentation will be on our competences, and I'll share what we have done in our competences so as to simplify the transit. We have already heard that there are some initiatives in other countries of Central Asia that there will be some orders that all border functions will be coordinated with customs administration. We completely support these initiatives, and you are very well aware that if anything happens, and customs is the first to be blamed, and we should have a proper powers so as not to be blamed. And the governmental strategy specified that Georgia is a transit state, and we need to provide services, including the services to Central Asian states, and that means that we have to minimize administrative burden. And because of that, and also we identified the key areas. First of all, the first area was strategic, the second one legislative, and the third area was infrastructure, because we have to recover the infrastructure. And the next area is optimization of business procedures, and then we discuss the digitalization of the trade. What I would like to tell you, thanks to God, we have created this principle of a one-stop shop at automobile checkpoints. You see only our customs office, and they will do everything. So the infrastructure is organized in such a way that the driver does not leave the cabin of the vehicle. He just submits the documents, and these documents include passport or a registration card of the vehicle. The documents certifying the rights of this driver. All these data are manually input into the computer, and I'll continue. Also, we'll be speaking about AI in this regard. So this is good for you, but ask that poor customs officer, and they have to open the software of Ministry of Interior and other entities. So she has to work immediately at the same time in several software programs. But what does it mean? It means that we are trying to have all the necessary data so as to avoid the situation when we have to demand economic operator to provide this data. The most important principle for us is to be closer to a normal environment of economic operator. And I would like to reiterate it once more that whether it is a declaration or some other document, actually these are the data that are required for implementation of particular formality. It means that these are the data, but maybe in some other format or maybe in some other document. So how this flow looks like? If we are talking about risk management system, I believe that our customs officers are very much familiar with it. Their approach, I think, will be more or less the same. This is a border model. It is not the model when you're dealing with customs clearance. Here we can have mainly two corridors or maybe direct release, but the most important thing every step is registered. Whether it is a risk criteria or is it or is it, if the decision is based on the decision of the customs officer to stop some goods, but every decision should be registered in the system. If a decision is made, then not only custom officer is aware about it, but everyone having access to the system know this, and if everyone has the same information, the risks are not very high. And as for sanitary and phytosanitary, the pre-arrival information is already included into a system by the exporter. All phytosanitary and veterinary control are under our competences, and we also described everything and we included it into the risk management system. While mitigating risk, we are closely cooperating with the Ministry of Agriculture and with the Agency of Food Security. And one can say that if, for instance, we receive question, do you have these competences, and would that mean that you provide simplification of your procedures. From the point of view of customs administration, it's vice versa from us. We develop a lot of communication with the Agency of Food Security and with the Ministry of Agriculture, because all the outcomes of the control needs to be submitted to particular governmental agencies, to the Minister and to the Agency of Food Safety. And they also approve the system of our control, and it means that we have to carry out communication 24/7. And also we take as a fee for the use of automobile routes, and also we check compulsory insurance, and you know that it is a significant headache if you come to other countries. There are also different agencies and a lot of different companies, and while you reach them, and you'll have to pay for their services, and you spend a lot of time. And we believe that we have to connect everything in the same point so as not to make this poor driver to run from one point to another. And also, the issue was also political challenges. Now, I'm hinting on a conflict in the Ukraine, and based on that, we are also focusing on sanctions. And if it is a sanction goods, everything becomes even more difficult. So we have also to check the goods against the risks, but it is another part of the story. And when we are talking about electronic queues, if yes, we accept these goods and we release goods very fast, but if the same procedures are not happening in the neighboring stand, again, we'll end up with the queues. And people have to find place for their vehicles to wait on the lines. And again, this approach, we are also utilizing public-private partnership and close to the checkpoints. We have these formal places, as we used to call them, parking lots, where the entry and the exit is done based on electronic queue, which is coordinated with the customs administration. Sure, it is not related to perishable goods or to high priority goods. These goods we release without the need of waiting in the queue. Another thing is video control. In our cameras, we exchange the information from our cameras with other law enforcement authorities when it is needed, but we will also provide you an opportunity. You can get on the website and check what is happening at the border with Turkey, or at the border with Azerbaijan, or at the border with Russia or Armenia. And if we're talking about scanning, actually, we do not only do scanning on space of the risk, but this image of X-ray scanning is attached to a transit document. And if it is required, we can send a direct instruction to the competent authority at the exit of the country that the vehicle needs to be scanned once more, and it means that the customs officer have an opportunity to rescan the vehicle and then compare the images. We can also see it as the most important part. The most important part is communication. We use any possible channels of communication with the participants of international trade, and now we have different councils at the level of the minister, prime minister, the head of revenue service, and also National Commission on Trade Facilitation. And we have particular instruction, communicate with everyone. If anyone calls, I have to take up the receiver and say, I'm a specialist in international relations, but I'll try to resolve your problem. I have to help. And speaking in general, we have our ethics codex.
We have updated our website, and right now we have this methodological platform where all our legislation and different acts presented and published. However, we also should let's say, make this methodological platform with the use of, let's say, simplified language. But when we speak about the information exchange with our colleagues, so here you can see the green tick the tick, you can see that data exchange is working. For example, Turkey, Azerbaijan, Ukraine, and Armenia. So everything is signed, I mean, all the documents. And I hope that Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan will also have the projects signed, and these projects are in the future. And I guess that for us it will be also a headache because we need to implement it in 2024. And as our Latvian colleague has just said, till 2025 we will have phase 5, and so that means that we need to implement phase 5. We see great potential, and I would like to highlight that SAREC's organization is our regional project, and we can say that we need to use all the mechanisms. So we have already founded the electronic customs clearance zone. We had a physical zone where it's like economic hub. But then, we found out that it is not possible to work, and we have divided these areas. So we made it electronic customs clearance zone and just usual, ordinary customs clearance zone where we can receive the paper documents from traders. So, but I guess this is a very comfortable area. For example, you're in your office, you send documents to us to electronic zone, and as in presentation was said before, in about 3-4 minutes, you already receive your declaration. So right now we want to use this artificial intelligence and different technologies. This technology is available. I spoke about it before, and if you're interested in this sphere, I would like to share my experience with you. I cannot only share the information with the words, but I can also show it all, how we do it, why we do it. You know, for us, artificial intelligence technology is a very interesting project, and we hope that we will start it in the export. And I told about the certificate of origin. And then on the second stage, we will do it for the import direction as well. Then the infrastructure. We have started at Kazbegi these repairing works, and we are going to open a new infrastructural facility, then Lagodehi, on the border with Azerbaijan. About 2 weeks ago, we have opened a new big infrastructural facility at the border with Armenia. And we hope that Asian Development Bank will support us, and we will build jointly with our Azerbaijani brothers the joint customs checkpoint. It will be like the Silk Road, the new facility. And also, I want to show very good results. So this is the World Customs Organization. Jointly with World Customs Organization, we implement a specific study, and you can see here how much time we spent for crossing the border checkpoint. So it was briefly my presentation, and I would like to thank all of you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was very interesting information presentation, and I would like to confirm, you see the numbers about 2, 4, 8 minutes. So this is real time, this is fact, this is true information. During the study visit, we had this opportunity to see, to check it, and we even checked the time, and it is true. We had the big queue. We saw the queue at the border of Turkey, and it was not connected with the Georgian part. Well, the issue of infrastructure is also very important. Georgia is a transit country. It has its own strategic value, and it is also a very popular direction. We know that there are some challenges with RP, with the other part, with like Red Bridge at the border with Azerbaijan, and some other issues with the checkpoints. Yes, the infrastructure is important. And of course, if you build this joint checkpoint, as you mentioned, it will be a very good example. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Bonda Bolkvadze. Do you want to add something, or you will participate in the discussion?
Yes, please. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we hear. Yeah.
Okay. I don't have a presentation today. I was watching your discussion very carefully. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this seminar. It's very interesting. And I think it will help your countries from Central Asia to better plan their future activities to the direction of the customs and trade reforms. So, this seminar was, the session was very interesting to me as well. I listened to a few presentations. I do not have a presentation. I just want to make a few comments regarding the some of the most important issues which I heard today. And with your permission, I will just highlight three issues. First of all, advanced information exchange, the exchange of pre-arrival information. We also call it pre-arrival information. As I understand, countries in Central Asia work to this direction. It's really fascinating. It's really very, very promising because it's a win-win situation when both sides win. It's very helpful for customs administrations. And what's very important, this type of information can serve as a basement, a very good ground for further development and further elaboration of the simplifications. Among others, the transit simplification. I would like to highlight how it can be useful in future. As I know, the pre-arrival processing, customs processing, it's not commonly used and widespread practice in the countries of Central Asia. It could be experienced somewhere at certain point, but still it's not the best practice and commonly used practice in the countries of Central Asia. And pre-arrival customs processes will dramatically limit the time of processing for customs and transit times as well. So it can be very useful for the risk management. Again, risk management can reduce the time spent on transit formalities. And also what's very important, it's this information can be used for the increased transparency. So when we talk about the transit corridors and the throughput capacity of the corridors, of course, we hear today during some previous presentations that time and cost are most important critical success factors, competitive factors. But believe me, in our corridor, there are some other very important factors as well, like transparency, like reliability, predictability. Predictability is part of reliability, perhaps. So this information should also serve to the transparency of the processes, could be used for these purposes by the customs authorities if they were integrated with the private sector. Of course, taking into considerations that some sort of confidential information should be very well preserved. So, and the transparency right now is some sort of problem in the region of Central Asia, because in my country, in our region, we often have heard international shippers as well, how they refer to the lack of transparency and predictability of the Central Asian region. And this also underlines the problem of reliability. If international shippers cannot rely on specific routes, they will not use those routes. So as we say, yeah, in most cases, time and cost are important, but in modern day shipment, we know that there are a lot of goods and a lot of shippers who are ready to pay much more. For example, 3, 4, 5, or even 10 times more for the shipping of goods, but they will need reliability and transparency. So this is very important first step, the exchange of advanced information among customs administration for future enhancement of the transparency and reliability. So second important point which I want to underline during the previous sessions is the cross-border exchange of information and cooperation between countries could be organized on the lower level as well, on the field level and operational level, because most of the presentators, they were referring to some mega projects, super software solutions who operate on a central level. Of course, that's good. That's good. But we also should pay attention to specific operational solutions which support cooperation between countries on the field level, operational level. I mean, for example, I can give you an example, a cooperation between checkpoints and the exchange of information between the neighboring checkpoints of two countries. And I'm talking about the digital tools, cooperation through the digital tools, just on the operational level. For example, exchange of information about the sanitation of products, about the administrative measures taken by the customs administration, like scanning of products and the results of the administrative, such as administrative operations, and other useful information. And the third important point, which I would like also to highlight, is the importance of still I love this area, and I'm very keen on implementation of the program of authorized economic operators. This will very much help enhance the transit procedures in the region, because this program gives a lot of opportunities for simplifications, for further reforms, and any further reforms can be handled much more smoothly when you have authorized economic operators and when you start piloting reforms with the authorized companies. That was very briefly. I don't want to take much of your time because I'm the last speaker of today's session, and I will stay with you to answer questions. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Мы, в принципе,
In principle, we have listened to all the presentation. We have 4 minutes, and then we'll jump to Q&As. Elias, I would like to ask you if you managed to prepare my presentation. Using the opportunity of being moderator, I'll give a slot to myself and I briefly show you about the Tricycle project, and I'll take 3 or 4 minutes. I will not be long. In general, I would like to tell you that Tricycle platform is an initiative of the EU, and it was initiated already in 1993. And we have to note that the EU, through Tricycle program invested significant amount of money, about 180 million euro for infrastructure and for technical assistance to TRASECA member states. And thanks to these investments, the countries were pushed to keep on investing in the development of corridors that crosses Caspian Sea, Caucasus, and the Black Sea. And we see that this decision was the right one, and that this corridor is one of the alternatives for delivery of cargo for communication between Central Asia and the EU. I would like to drive your attention to several digitalization projects based on our thematics. TRASECA member states are taking active efforts on this problem. There are lots of projects, and I have mentioned that a lot of projects based on the number of type of transport. Railways develop their approaches, CRM, bill of lading, digitalization, digitalization of main lines, rail car fleets, and so on. Trucks transportation also consider TIR-CARNET, electronic loading and offloading. Maritime transport has its own system of data exchange, but the problem is not the development by types of transportation, but everything depends upon the country, its preparedness, its initiative. And our task on this platform, considering the fact that we are intergovernmental organization and that we are more political, we take efforts to coordinate the work of the countries and the measures that they are taking, including digitalization measures. We want just to align them. Some countries are dealing with electronic CMI or electronic TIR-CARNET, or we want other countries also to include these projects into their development plan. And on the slide, this is the initiatives on which we are working and the initiatives which are in the pipeline for 2022-2029. I'd like to drive your attention to two issues. The things that were not discussed today. We were talking that for transportation, we need to get particular permits, and often these permits are on paper. So as a truck travel from Tajikistan to Turkey, they have to receive transit permits on paper, and so we made an initiative of uniform transit permits that substitutes receiving separate permit in every country. Why transit? Because it's not touches upon the interest of shippers. And that is why we decided to start liberalization from the point of view of transit. This document will be electronic, and we developed this agreement thanks to the support of the country. And now intergovernmental coordination procedures are being carried out. So when this agreement is set, we'll implement e-document or e-permit that would allow smooth transportation of cargoes through our corridor. It would allow to improve the competitiveness of the corridor. The questions of pilot project electronic TIR, TRASECA member states are the first countries in the world who are piloting these systems. They have made a pilot and uses this chance. I would like to address to Kazakhstan to encourage you to finalize your systems as we could introduce TIR for operations and export. You have to finalize the system. And in general, we are moving to a situation when electronic TIR is widely used at TRASECA member states and beyond. I would like to mention that 9 countries are also the participants of ESMR protocol. They signed it and ratified that. Kazakhstan is not on this list, and we expect Kazakhstan to access and to become the 10th country ratifying protocol of ECMR. So we're taking efforts. So we plan to pilot ECMR and also try to up the experience which works in the EU will not automatically work in our countries. The problem is that in EU they do not have customs. It is more a commercial project, the consignment, and so on. And here we have a third party, customs, and we have the issue of recognition of signature and a lot of questions. So ECMR to start work, and now we are taking efforts that Tajikistan, the board of Tajikistan and Uzbekistan and they have ratified an appropriate additional protocol. We are trying to modernize the system which is applicable in Europe and try to work on this problem. And another aspect on the establishment of digital ecosystem of transit, it is not done to substitute the ecosystems that have been developed by the country. We need to marry the systems to ensure the platform that would allow the countries to exchange particular data. As I have mentioned, the countries are developing their national system, let it be paid roads, let it be electronic human or customs procedures, and so on. And our task is to accelerate data exchange and provide special platform for that would allow the countries to exchange particular documents. So we're taking efforts to develop a digital ecosystem, a digital platform. The concept has been approved by the ministers, and now we are attracting international companies to develop the terms of reference. And one of the initiatives which we are pushing together with IBM, it is based on blockchain technologies. The global transit document is a new approach in ensuring container transportation. It is a global transit document. It will be electronic. It will be accompanying containers respectively of the mode of transportation. Now, when the container is placed from one mode of transportation to another, they have to substitute the bill of lading and customs guarantee depending on a particular country or procedures. Our system, the systems that we propose, will exclude all these steps, and respectively of the mode of transportation, this document will accompany the documents in the entire route. Now we are working together with USAID. We are training on the system trade winds, and in the nearest future, Tajikistan, we are going to have a good event on the 17th or 18th of October at Tajikistan, and there we plan to launch one of the pilot routes and show the capacities of this document, and that will be a new approach, and I hope that we will succeed. So this is one of the initiatives aimed to align and synchronize all the activities which are taken to ensure the container transportations. Thank you very much for your kind attention with this last slide. And with this was the last presentation. Now let us turn to Q&As, and you have a chance to ask your questions. And we have a walking mic in the audience, and you are welcome. Please use a mic. Please introduce yourself and ask your questions. Gulnar Uskinbaeva, Association of Suppliers, Kyrgyz Republic, and I have a question to Customs of Georgia. In your presentation, you mentioned that at customs checkpoint, you have separate risk systems, and that in accordance with this system, you check particular cargo of particular traders. So in our customs, we also implement the risk system, as well as in other governmental institutions who are present at the external border. They have also their own risk systems that are already developed or are still being developed. And sometimes we have a situation that if you, in customs you are at low risk, and then at veterinary service you are at a higher risk. And if you are at customs and veterinary, your risk are low, then at phytosanitary your risk are high. So it appears that every cargo gets to a risk category at the end of the day. Could you please explain how you resolve this issue, or you face the same situation? Could you please comment on, maybe my question is, will sound a little bit different, how you can harmonize this risk? Thank you. Thank you for your question. So considering the fact that all these business processes are coordinated by one authority, Service of State Revenues, it means that now we have very active communication with the customs colleagues and with our colleagues in veterinary and phytosanitary services. It is kind of chain reaction. If something is wrong in one agency, then this chain reaction develops and covers all other sides. So if they have risk, we'll also check But when we are talking about fit and vet, actually, it is an absolutely different specifics. We previously were thinking that we can also prescribe the logics. If the cargo goes from the country X, we need to put certain percentage of risk, but we also have to consider the route. Which route could be more risky? For instance, the refrigerator can be switched often away. Unfortunately, our transport specialists have this message that the drivers sometimes switch off the refrigerators on their way so as to save the fuel. And then it results into problems. These risks are interrelated. Actually, these are the risks that are on the border. Actually, they have a little bit different vector. Maybe they're less fiscal. And we have also close cooperation with law enforcement agencies. As you know, that they cannot examine the good. They work in coordination with us because there is requirements that we should do the examination of the good. And for us, for Georgians, it is a kind of element of the chain. And if some element of the chain is poor, then this chain reaction starts. Sorry, but this is the situation. And this is always true and applicable to new economic operator. And Mr. Bukwadze was saying that the Institute of Authorized Economic Operator is of essence. And we had these problems and we failed until we managed only 2 months ago. We got 2 authorized economic operators, 2 entities with this status, as we adopted the standard of EU, which is very high, and our traders were saying, why would we need this status? We'll have to invest in this status, but we took any possible efforts to inform the traders. If they get the status, it means that their goods will enjoy simplified regime when they get to the neighboring state, because customs does not belong to only one state. It is a kind of chain of delivery. And Max was talking about the difference in the party, and then they're developing the platform of single video. And I hope that it will help. And we have significant infrastructure projects, and maybe you are aware, and that especially on the main way from east to west and from north to south. And I hope that from infrastructure point of view, we are more or less will resolve this problem. And one more comment I was mentioning about the exchange of information. And I would like to reiterate that not only the exchange of information is important for risk management system, but economic operators must require customs administration that the customs administration should use this information. We copy what we receive from Azerbaijan. We do copy it to our forms, and we can also we have all these forms available.
And so it takes time, for control, for filling in, and what is more important, that the economic operator knows about it, but they cannot do anything from when it exits Azerbaijan and comes to Georgia. Thank you. Well, we also need to see these risks. Okay. to check these risks. So we cannot hear. So you are exposed to risk, right? This is a very high risk. You can ask the colleagues from the European Union. They check this. My name is Shalpando Samkhanova, Business Kazakhstan. So the topic is very interesting today. First of all, I would like to thank all the speakers. All the presentations were really useful. And the topic is the pathway to paperless trade. But in fact, when the customs bodies are speaking about digitalization, we accept it, from their receival point of view. But actually, it takes also time to fill in these customs declarations, to collect all of these documents and to apply them. I mean, this is a standard, and for many years we have been doing this. So my question is mainly to the representative of the Customs Service of Georgia. So based on your presentation, in the first part and the second part, you are speaking about artificial intelligence, right? And you are using the words filling in customs declaration. You have the other approach, as far as I understand, and maybe you will correct me. So speaking about transfer to paperless trade and speaking about reduction of time, you said the task that, declaration is filing in or filling in these documents from the issuer. But the questions of declaration completion, this is the customs part, right? But also, what else is good? What else is here? That we speak about classification, because sometimes the classification is the issue. So now the customs will put the specific classification for the goods, and the problem with wrong filling in of declaration is eliminated. So as far as I understood, your concept is different, and that's why it's very interesting for us. Could you tell us? Thank you so much. Yes, you got it correct. When I was presenting the first part, I said the context is the following. For us, the primary documents is the customs, let's say, declaration. You just sign the application, for example. I myself submit invoice, CMR, then phytosanitary certificate, or the package of documents, and based on these documents, the customs officer would fill in the so-called declaration. But we call it customs declaration because this is the form so that you, we can say, would declare, and we need to know how much you pay and so on. But we use the information from the primary documents. These primary documents are our data, invoice or something else. So it is important for us to have this data. Then, speaking about classification, the economic operator is the main, let's say, party here. But if you submit all the information which is clear and accurate, then customs officer then this is like automatic process for the customs officer. As a representative of World Customs Organization said, they use this artificial intelligence when we do this classification. So you can use the artificial intelligence and to do this classification of goods. So we changed this process. So now you, being in your own office, you just scanned all your documents. You can use a telephone for scanning. You send it to us. Our robotic system will check it. And in about 3-4 minutes, you will receive your customs declaration with the information that you can now export these goods through a specific checkpoints. So we are trying now so that our colleagues from Turkey, Azerbaijan, Armenia would receive then this information so that they also used our information in their own documents. Not only for risk management in their system, but also so that they would also fill their documents. Thank you so much. Any other questions if we have? No? Please. Hello. My name is Aybek. I'm from the Customs Service of... and I have a question to Mr. Samson. Could you please tell us where we can buy these socks? No, it's just a joke. You know, I've noticed, I mean, from the previous presentation, I've noticed that you have the application that defines classification or the goods harmonization code. Could you tell us about the principle, how it works, and is it actually possible to get to know this information and this application better, so that in future, well, maybe we would use this your application as well? Speaking about my socks, actually, you can buy these socks in Tbilisi. This is one of my favorite boutiques, and I always buy my socks there. So I'm kind of doing some advertising here. Okay, now coming back to your question about classification. There is a specific module or sub-module. Do you remember I was saying that there is a second Robert that fills in the declaration? Well, first, the logic is as follows. Looking at the description, if the description is similar as the code, then this code would be put into the declaration. Then we look at the previous operations, and if, for example, Samsung always had before export of some specific product, so the robot would use the same logic. If I had the same declaration before, for example, something connected with the honey, or then maybe if it's the new declaration in the car, maybe it could be the rechecking of the information with the back office. So maybe it's like Samson is a unique person that he exports, let's say, that he is working with new product, and then this new information is checked, and then based on this there is an adjustment of this HS code. Then if this is goods that haven't been exported before, the robot would stop this operation at all. So I mean, this is the logic that is being used in this. So it's not just we check the description and based on this description we are doing the coding. No, of course, the robot or the system checks the history, checks the region or the country, the importing country, and some other information. Then if you are interested, if you want to have more details about this, I would give you the contact of our, we call them, you know, data engineers. So I would make contact of one of our data engineers, and they will provide you more information and more details on their work, on the logic that they're using for building this mechanism. And so speaking about if they can apply or use this application as well. Yes, that's why I told you, please address to us. I will give you contacts, and we will, let's say, give you contacts, and you can directly talk to engineers, because unfortunately I didn't have enough time during my presentation, but there is a specific precondition which tells that your business processes should be standardized. And if in one place of this customs clearance is using one methodology and in the other place it is other methodology or requires some other processes, so artificial intelligence would not work there. So we have this centralized approach to all of our customs clearance procedures, so invoice, CMR, code, and there is a specific list with the documents and information, and all of this is standardized. So and this is like the foundation, the basis. When you have this solid or constant foundation, the artificial intelligence will do it. If not, then it would be the headache for artificial intelligence. Well, I guess a couple of questions and then. So again, the question is to Samson. So you maybe have to eat several portions of beshbarmak. You give lots of answers today. So speaking about a joint checkpoint with Azerbaijani, what would be the principle of this work? Will it be joint checkpoint? I mean, the customs officers of Azerbaijan and your customs officers will be there at one place at one time, or it would be kind of separated, for example, Monday Georgia, Tuesday Azerbaijan, and so on. What would be the principle of this joint work? Well, thank you. As I have said, this will be the joint project with Asian Development Bank, and they are now doing this feasibility study for this place, for this location, how this all of this will be built. So the principle will be as the following one. It would be one-stop principle. So maybe it would be kind of let's say, loan booth, and we will be there together, sitting, I mean, people working together, Azerbaijan and our people. And the main problem is always, the border officers, because they say that for them, passport data should be only on paper document. For electronic data, they do not care, They speak about passport, paper passport, there should be the specific stamp or seal. So we need to solve this issue. So the approach has already been discussed, but unfortunately we do not have the document yet. We had several working meetings, but we agreed that we will have this like one-stop principle. We shall start with it, and this is the most important. Yes, this is an important step, and we suggested this to many countries. We even made this model agreement, but I guess if your example would be the driver, it would be good. It would be like one-stop principle, and the services of two countries will be there and will do this control. Okay, other question, and then let us finish, please. I will not ask our Georgian guest. I will not, let's say, torture him. It's not a problem for me,
I'm going to address my question to Maxi on your presentation. We feel that you have done a significant work, and actually I would like to have a look by business. So it should be done for business and for the shippers. For them, this document is important. From the point of view, what is Tentium? Is it price? Is it the cost? Is it the time? Is it the safety? What is time? What I mean, it's infrastructure. If we are talking about Aktau port, we can see that the infrastructure, yes, investments are allocated. Yes, there is a strategic plan. Yes, container hub, and so on. But if we look into the reality, in railroad, we can see that they have Casgor Trans Service. It is a private company with private railway trucks, which add several amounts to the pricing, and the rate is increasing. The second, 40,000 TEU. planned for 2025, we plan to have 100. Even people say that it will be 250, and this difference raises concern. 100 TEU and 250. But to transport this 100 TEU and 250, we need to deepen the bottom and increase the number of feeders, and it means a shipping operation, an additional cost. If we take Kurik, the branch that goes from Mangashloak to Kurik, the branch railway range is about 70 kilometers. It is single track railway. If the train stops, then it will be impossible to move the railway cars. And again, ferries. We depend upon ferries from Azerbaijan. And also trucks that spend hours waiting for ferry from Azerbaijan to come. And here information system should be very precise, and railway transport and ferry should come minute by minute. And as for the infrastructure, the capacity of Azerbaijan is also clear. We have single track railways, and yes, they cannot be on time. Georgian infrastructure also, is it prepared for announced 10 to 15 million ton to process them, 100 or 250 TEU containers? No. Then, to develop the infrastructure, we need to increase the tariff partially. And again, it is a burden on business. Everybody who will be dealing with infrastructure will increase their tariffs. Georgians, Kazakhstanis, and Azerbaijanis, again, it is a burden on business. If this document we prepared in such a format for business so as to make it clear to construct a container hub. Yes, the president has given this task to construct the hub for 150 TEU containers to make bottom deepening works. And you understand, if the road repairs is carried out, then all the vehicles will stuck. And the same problem will face in Aktau and Tikurik, and the capacity will decrease because of restructuring. Again, you are aware about the situation with Caspian Consortium. Maybe petroleum cargo will go through railway through Aktau, and it will be additional load on Aktau port. If previously without Caspian Caspian Consortium, just imagine how the load will increase. And also we should not exclude the second corridor, Lazurit corridor, as far as I remember, via Turkmenistan. Possible that Afghani cargo that goes through Pakistan to Karachi, some part of this cargo can go through Turkmenbashi again and run to Shahar and Iran or to Baku. And again, they will load million tons on this corridor. So these things should be clear for the businesses, see all the risks. And if this work, if your survey will be very clear for the business and contains the message to business, yes, we are doing this and doing this, but you'll face with this and this and this risk, instability with tariffs, and underdeveloped infrastructure and all other problems. The business should see and know about it. But now we transport 30, 40, and even 60 days take us to deliver our goods, and the rate is 2 or 3 times and sometimes 10 times higher than we used to have. Actually, all these things need to be considered, because this is done for transporters, for shippers, for consignors and consignees. Humanitarian cargo will go to Afghanistan and Pakistan. It will go through the same route on a reverse route. And again, the terminals will be loaded. Your question, please. I would just to mention that could be great to the work that Max and your group has done, your great work, to make kind of informational leaflet for businesses, so as business could see all the risks and all the difficulties that they may face. Thank you. Actually, Max, it's not a question to you. It is just an additional task for you. So what do you think about it?
Thank you, Mr. Bolekvayev. You always ask very good business-related questions. I'd like to offer my response in a few parts. First, yes, there are many factors that determine the attractiveness of the Caspian region, but I will prioritize cost as the most problematic. The reason is because if we look at, let's say, a truck from Uzbekistan, goes around route number 3, overland, to the Caucasus. Costs about 3,000, 4,000 US dollars per way. But just crossing the Caspian by ferry alone, right, a one-way ticket would be 1,200 US dollars. A two-way would be 1,800 US dollars. So on average, just the ferry alone, one-way trip for a 40-foot container, right, is about 900 US dollars. So in this case, we have to understand that on a business point of view, the cost of the Caspian, which is multimodal in nature, whether it's rail water or road water, will always be more expensive than the pure overland route by trucks, right? So that brings us to the next question to who are the people actually using the Caspian? The people who are using Caspian now are sending bulk commodities, especially for oil, right? Wheat to a particular country, and also bulk commodities, fertilizers, right? And there are some captive audience, actually, Turkey and Georgia operators, because they cannot get the road permit to use Russian territory, right, under normal times. So they are forced to use Caspian. So Caspian actually will always have a base customer, right? Not necessarily by choice, because they don't have a choice. They have to use Caspian, right? But if I look at the business question, what you said, to rephrase it, how can we actually make it more attractive? Then the correct positioning, the market positioning has to be clear in the sense that Caspian may have to offer something of value, right, that will be more cost, that will be actually cheaper. They'll be cheaper by, let's say, a full air route, right? But it's actually either faster or provide certain conditions like cold chain operation, right? So in that case, who are the market? Those people who may value, if the Caspian route is actually shorter, if you look at the map, all right, of the route 1 to 3, actually, if you go by truck, you cross through so many land borders, right? And the route is actually longer. Caspian, if you look at the map again, is actually faster, especially from Turkmenbashi to Baku Aliat, is even shorter. But now, because there are many man-made institution factors, and also people are unclear about the tariffs, right? They need to talk to the right person at KTZ Express. And also this route would never be able to compete purely on cost. So we have to look at the value. Either we do it faster, right? And apparently there are many problems with the process now because of sub-optimized process, not necessarily infrastructure. Actually, if we look at, we have done so many trips to Baku, Aktau, Kurik. Actually, I would say that coming from Singapore, the infrastructure is very good, right? It's very good. But at this point, it seems that the process itself is taking too long time, and there can be many cause of reasons. So if we are to attract the business there, then the value proposition, the market positioning has to be very clear that what kind of customers are we attracting and what kind of value are we offering? Something that is, okay, we are offering more expensive than a pure road, but we can offer something faster, or we can offer better cold chain capability from point to point, right? So these are the questions that I'm just offering my thoughts over here. I think this is a question for everybody, actually, regulators, the private sector, the NGOs, and the development organizations. And of course, this will always remain as a priority for the Trade Central Asia project to look at where we can add further value. So once again, thank you, Mr. Bulikbari, for the very insightful question.
Спасибо большое за вопрос, спасибо большое за...
Thank you very much for your questions. Thank you very much for your response. If just briefly. Good evening to everyone. Committee of State Revenues, Bulat Ibragimov, and this is a presentation of our friend Samson already. I would like just to inform you. Between Kazakhstan and Georgia, we have signed an agreement between customs services on information exchange on goods and vehicles transported via customs border. This agreement has been signed, and as for now, we are developing technical conditions where we are going to coordinate the format and the structure and this channel of information, especially considering that in our domestic legislation we had some difficulties and this process delayed, and I believe by the end of the year this agreement, these technical conditions will be signed. A similar agreement has been signed with the Republic of Azerbaijan. And now the only issue is technical conditions. Thank you very much. Thank you. It was a very valuable comment. Do we have anything to add? Or thank you very much for your understanding. Actually, it's 6:08. We have exceeded our limits. I would like to thank our speakers. Thank you very much for your great presentation, for your responses, for your patience, for your desire. Thank you very much. We are thankful to all the participants. Thanks to you, our panel session was successful. Unfortunately, we will not be able to make some conclusions, but based on the presentations and comments, I think these conclusions are very clear. As for TMT, it's not everything like you have mentioned this problem exists, but if we start discussing this topic, it will require one more panel session, so I will not comment on. But if we compare the situation in May and now, the situation has changed significantly and many problems have been resolved, but not all of them, and some new problems emerged. But we are working over them. And if the organizers allow me, and as a moderator, I have to say that all the presentations will be available on the website, and you should not be concerned. You'll find all the presentation, and that's all. Thank you very much. And some housekeeping. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank our distinguished Aseta Sanovic, the moderator of this session, for great moderating, for interesting presentations of our speakers, participants, for your active positions, for your questions. Whereas USAID project has taken a lot to consider. You know that we work in Central Asia in 3 areas, and the proposals that we heard today, as Max mentioned, we will work on them with a partnership on transport and logistics in Central Asia. Thank you very much, and several seconds of your attention more. First of all, on behalf of the organizers of the forum, I would like to express our appreciation to our partners, Committee of State Revenues in the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Ministry of Trade and Integration of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Ministry of Industry and Infrastructure Development, Committee on Transport in the Ministry of Industry, Center of Trade Policy Development, Castrate, the governments of Central Asian countries, customs services of South Korea, Georgia, World Custom Organization, CHAZ, our long-lasting partners, UNECE, Union of Transport Kazakhstan, Kaz Logistics, TLP of Transport Logistic Partnership in Central Asia. We're also thankful to our media partners, Astana Times newspaper, Capital Business Agency, Profit News, and Business World Magazine and Translogistics. At 8:30, you are kindly invited for dinner for share. It will be carried out at the 3rd floor at Samruk Hall, and tomorrow we will restart at 10 o'clock in the morning, and we'll be patiently waiting for you. Tomorrow we are going to have a very interesting and intensive day. We'll have 3 sessions, and you can see them in the agenda. Thank you for your participation, and I wish you a really good night.